So we've been looking at not eyes operating the last day or two. So did you notice? Now, next was their tricks at attempting to get one to identify with them. I to identify with the not I, right? Now this is what we'll try to talk about for a minute or two. You can always tell when I catches somebody else, of course you can't see yourself, but when a person is eye is observing objectively, they look very bright. And the minute a not eye hypnotizes them, they look like you hit them in the head with a rubber hammer. So it's rather easy to observe. Now I will share with you, if you like, what not eyes I see as being the most powerful around. Would you like to know? The most powerful one is a learning not I. It says, now if you'll just learn all this, you'll have it. And of course that's a very respectable one. It wears a blue serge suit, dark tie, white shirt, cufflinks, the whole bit. And it sounds like you could go with that one all right, huh? Learning I, they jump up. And then the next one is a self-improving I that says, now you've got to change what you just noticed there. One jumped up and said, you see that fellow there. You've got to change that. You just can't have that one going around here getting angry or doing this or doing that or some other way. The third most common one we see is the one that says we've sure got to keep a good picture of self up. We can't let it be known that there is anything in here but the best. That one could be probably called the vanity eye, and the pride eye tries to defend it. So those are the four most powerful ones that we have all been around. Somebody at your front door, son. And those are all very respectable ones, aren't they? Very respectable. But the respectable one is a hypnotist the same as the less respectable one. Come in, Joy. And you will see that they are constantly reoccurring. Now, if I can look and report to X, there's a self-improver wanting, Bob's trying to improve himself. Bob's trying to keep up a good picture of himself. Bob is trying to learn something here. Then those don't get you hypnotized. Now, they're neither good nor bad, right nor wrong. It is merely a simple thing. But you see, those conditioned ones that says you've got to keep up a good front has the full authority of Mama on it. That says, and she's pretty powerful, you know. We've been hypnotized by Mama for a long, long time. And when she comes and hollers, we feel we really should pay attention. You know, Mama is now internalized. Mama's been dead these many years, but she's not dead. She lives right back here. And every time I start to do something, she says, I will embarrass the whole family, you know, and of course I have, so I left that part of the country. Now, she's kind with me, though. She came along, and she lives out west in the wind these days, so still hollers, what do people think? I'm almost everything. You've got to keep up a good front. So, you will find that these are very powerful hypnotists. Now, they are nothing to be ashamed of, nothing to be proud of. After all, we just came in from another planet. We are observing Earthlings, and Earthlings carry all these people around in their heads. So if you observe those, you will notice that there's a lot of very powerful suggestors, and there's a lot of suggestors that's just pretty good. But those four happen to be extremely powerful. The learner, the self-improver, the one that keeps up the vanity of keeping up a good front, and the pride which defends that it is there, okay? Now those four are very powerful suggestors, and we merely observe them and say, report to A. Bob says, if you learn this, everything will be fine. And another one that says, you've got to improve your blood thing there. That was a bad one you just looked at. We've got to straighten that out. We've got to improve that and remedy it right away. And that gets you in the bottle.
I've slept with those adulterers all my life without being criticized.
Right. Right. It's respectable. Very respectable.
Dr. Bob, when I see the conditioning going on, and I I guess there's a tendency to identify with it.
I would say a little more than a tendency.
Well,
Let's say a compulsion.
Well, I'm probably not using the right words, but I'm trying to convey it not there. But when I realize that I am X, that this is life's energy, is this a hypnotic state that I'm putting myself in? Or putting Genevieve into?
We'll wait and find out. You see, the learning eye is trying to get it all reasoned out now, and then it'll have it.
Well, there's a sensation, a different sensation when that happens.
And as soon as the situation arises that you're really observing, while one of the good reasoner eyes comes up and says, now let's get this all reasoned out and learn it, and we'll have it. And that's when your face goes blank. The reasoner says, let's figure it out so we can keep this faith.
Yes.
Okay. We're not trying to keep anything, you see. It's only for this moment. The minute you start keeping it, now you are struggling to have the same thing continue. You have a goal, and the self-improver or the reasoner eye, the learning is all got in there and says, now we'll fix it where you can have this all the time. Is that right? Okay?
That's right.
And of course, we've listened to those alone, that there is quite a compulsion to go with them. But the point is that we withstand that temptation and merely look. Now, everybody who begins to observe self is very quickly subjected to temptation, such as to have a good feeling all the time, and etc. Now, some of you may have read a story about a great man who came in who had begun to really see self, and he was immediately subjected to temptation. One of the temptations was that he could perform wonders of, says, well, after all, now, if you're all this great thing you've got up here, you're one with X, you ought to be able to turn rocks into bread, shouldn't you? And he didn't succumb to that temptation. You see, that's to throw doubt into what you have seen. Another one jumped up in a minute and said, if you are all this powerful, you ought to be able to stand on the top of a skyscraper and jump off and not even bruise your heel.
While everybody's watching.
While everybody's watching, so you'll be really a big wheel and you can show up. And he didn't succumb to that one either. And then it said, well, now, if you were all this, you could rule the whole world because you have all knowledge and you are one with X, Spirit, God, what have you. You can rule the whole world. And he didn't buy that one. But you will notice that these suggesters are constantly telling you that you can do everything, anything, everything. You can get over all your symptoms. You should never have a symptom anymore if you really see it. And well, you wouldn't have a symptom any kind, would you? And it will get you over all your problems. Now, if you really had seen anything, you wouldn't have any problems, etc., etc. Of course, some not eye produces a problem. It says it ought to be more, better, and different than what it is, and we have never objectively looked at what's the problem. Because you see, that's to wake up one more night. When you can look at two beings in there fighting and they're asking for more, better, and different, you don't have the problem anymore. You just look down at it. It's a little story going on down there. We don't have to accept. Only way to handle the problem is to wake up one more notch. But this temptation to have one of these not eyes tells you now that you have experienced something for even a moment, you are a marvel. And there's no way you can fizzle from now. That is a big temptation, tells you ought to have all sorts of wonders. And if you try one of those wonders, that's that guy that works in the world that says, if you get anything, you got to sign the wonder to show for it. And he constantly produces doubt in your mind. See, that's his whole occupation. If he can get you to doubt that you were really reporting to X, he said, well, if you were, then you would have all these times, wouldn't you? That's all temptation. And you get suckered in on that one pretty easy. So today, if we may, after looking at that, we will talk about values. Now, we're not talking about making things important. We are seeing the relative value of things. Now, as one is objectively observing, one sees that certain things produces havoc in the body. In other words, if the battle goes on, it messes up the battlefield. So you see that that has no value. This observer from outer space says these people on Earth do some funny things, but they don't have any value, obviously, because it destroys them. So one sees that has no value. One sees that things work pretty well under certain things, so it puts that first, or better up in the line. One sees that one's total value, the greatest value, is to be objectively aware. If one's seen that, it's the greatest value. Now it sees that the self has as its greatest value to be non-disturbed, doesn't it? In all levels, and they have got to levels. But this is the greatest value, so the conditioned person that is being observed. So I take the point somewhere, it doesn't matter where you put the point. There's a point here observing Robert. And he sees that Robert's prime value is to be non-disturbed, but in the effort to be non-disturbed, he's destroying. It's a destructive thing. So he says, well, I don't have any value, so I'm not putting more value on that. I wouldn't value that. But he sees that the self is putting all its value on being non-disturbed. Then I put value on being an accurate reporter to X. That's what he sees as a value. This I put value first and foremost. Value on objective reporting. Now, whenever one has one's value on, it happens to be the easiest thing you do. Stop and think for a minute that is something you never have to really work at. It's just spontaneously working on it. Is that right? You don't have to stop and think and cogitate. Whatever you put your greatest value on. If you put your greatest value on being dressed up pretty, it's really no effort, is it, Norma? Just that spontaneously go at it. You don't have to say, I almost forgot it. It never forgets, does it, dear? And never. So you see that we have valued being non-disturbed, the not I. The I has been hypnotized in the feeling that is the epitome of value. Now the objective observer begins to see that that is not even a value, it is possibly a detriment. Now that if it happens as a byproduct, it's fine, but if it happens as struggling towards it, it's going to make nothing but struggle, conflict, resistance, and the cry for more, better, different if you get a little. Is that right? Just indicate. So, one of the first statements we've ever used is there's two fundamental statements. One is when I make anything important, I'm anxious, and the second one is when I have come to a conclusion, made a decision. That decision is the rule of attitude action until such time as it is discovered and reevaluated. Now, discovered, it has to be discovered without identifying. You're just looking at it like we'd look at the table over here. Okay? Now, as one observes this and sees that it is a detrimental thing, I begins to remember what its cure is, what its prime value is. Now, what is your prime value at this moment?
Comfort.
Now, that is the value of joy. Now, the one who's standing off and observing it surely sees that that's not worth it. Observed as much as grief memory, all told. It begins to see that one's not worth very much. That reporting directly to X, as you said a little while ago, there was a whole different feeling. There incidentally is a whole different look on the person. They light up like turn the lamp on. And when they go back to the conditioned one, the light goes out. You can see it wherever you look. You see very few with the light turned on. So they usually attract a lot of attention and so forth, but nobody knows why. But they have a light turned on, where the dead ones, the one that's hypnotized, and that the whole purpose of living is to be non-disturbed, and I is identified with it. See, the minute this I identifies with this one, it's all inside. Now it's hypnotized. This is subject to being hypnotized. So it is 100% subject to suggestion 100% of the time. Now, Faye and I were looking at one of these little things last night, and many statistics come out where the little tempter said, well, if you're part of X, you shouldn't be such a statistic. You know, you shouldn't be such a You ought to be able to jump off the temple, fire and not bruise your heel. Huh? So, you know, we begin to think of all the attributes that one person, we've used the word integration. Somebody else has used it as completed or perfected man, which means he's completed. He's one. Now we jump at conclusions from all these ideas of the not eyes as to the attributes of that person. Is that right, man? Do you know any of them?
Quite a few.
What are they, sir?
The attributes of the
Integrated man, the one, the perfected, the completed man. Now, logic and reason will tell you what they are. Good, let's hear it.
it would always be non-disturbed.
Right. So he's already caught back down here.
Right.
First one. Okay, so he's subject to suggestion.
I will be respectable.
Yeah. Undisturbed. Respectable. Of course, that is conflict right there. Contradiction to begin with. But that's all right. So now we got a man fully contradicted that we're going to define as a integrated man.
He may not be respected as much as he's admired.
Admired. But I've noticed that most of them got hung on trees, had their heads cut off, things like that. That's another contradiction, okay? But you see, the not eyes are grabbing you and pulling you right down, telling you what you're going to be like when you're out integrated. Let's have some more.
Both.
Yeah, these things here that you can reason out, that you know by logic and reason, which is always true because anything that's logical is bound to be true, the nature of an integrated man or a perfected or a completed man. He's admired, he's respected, and he's non-disturbed.
Always does the right thing.
Does the right thing. Of course, nobody knows what that is, but
When you function on a higher level, whatever you do it so well, and you have
well, what is the higher level? What's it like? I want to know what it is. That's a comparative term. I want a description here. These are these descriptions here.
He works
It's
for
admired.
mankind.
Huh?
Works for mankind.
He helps everybody. He's a nosy old.
Of all power.
Huh?
Of all power.
All power. He can control everybody. We're describing the devil every minute here.
His senses are going to be increased. So
Huh?
his senses will all be increased where he's more power.
More.
More powerful, more sensitive.
Right. In other words, he'll have more pleasure than anybody.
We want that one in there.
Well, that's what you mean by it. He'll be more pleasurable because you want to have his pain increased with it.
No, this is
More pleasure. Come on. Tell some more. What's this integrated man like?
John said he never gets sick.
Never gets sick. Always feels good. Well, that comes under non-disturbance, I believe, there. Just disgustingly healthy. Never gets tired. He's made of the stainless steel through and through. He always has lots of money, too.
Oh, yeah.
Plenty. Plenty.
Plenty. Always has lots of it. And I mean, because he's a success, he can do anything. So he's bound to have money after all. Everybody knows that.
We can turn water into wine, so we can turn
So without a license, even. You know, you can serve wine now. You get integrated, you can set a glass of water on the table, and everybody can have wine, and you don't have to buy a liquor license, okay? Now, what are we describing here? What everybody has...
So disintegrate.
we're describing a devil. The demon in Lucifer himself. Is that right? So do you see what the not eyes keep holding up? Now, if you get integrated, you'll have all this. And you're taking your right back down the pole. Hmm?
Okay, now, the original question you asked is, do I know the attributes of...
An integrated man.
Okay, so now let me give you the ones I think I know now.
Okay.
Okay. He is non-predictable.
Non-predictable. So he's not respectable there.
Right.
So we'll have to say non-respectable.
He may not even be admired anymore.
If he's non-predictable, he's nobody can admire him because he's saying you don't know what he's going to be. He's non-consistent, so he's non-admired. He is criticized. Okay. What else we got, man?
He doesn't make things important.
Nothing important, so he's a no good. You can't trust him with things because he won't make it important, will he, Ben?
Right.
Can't trust him about steakhouse some night because while you're gone, because he won't make it important.
And he finds most everything quite interesting.
Finds interest in all sorts of things. Okay, then at least he won't be bored, will he? And he won't be bored. That's one sure thing. He won't bore you.
Should stand it.
It ain't right, but you won't get bored. Okay? Now the point is we don't know, even though we assume certain things. In other words, one of them may be this way and one of them may be some other way. And he said he's non-predictable, and this would mean that all the rest of these is gone immediately because this would have to be predictable. So the point is that we would find out what it is like. And that's all we know, and we would never finish finding out. We'd only see that it has infinite capability. Because one may be expressed one time and one another. Somebody may be expressed as having my peace, and somebody else tells he's the man of sorrow. Is that right? Because he might look at things and cry every once in a while because of the nature of it. But the point is, we don't know. So, you see that all not eyes will offer some attributes. And they will tell you if you will ally with it. Now, I has a feeling of not being whole and complete because it's not as a function. I is a function and not the thing in itself. So it feels a need for an ally. Now here is all kinds of voices screaming and hollering and offering all sorts of wonderful future rewards and etc. to be its ally. And it's Tony, just come join me, everything will be all right, huh, Jim? You just get in with me, we got it made. You just get with this self-improving eye, we'll get it made. Get the learner, we'll get it made. Get the keeping up a good front, and we got it made. And defend our position, and everything will be made. If we got power over other people, you can perform wonders, and it'll hold all these up. And I, being a function, is 100% subject to suggestion 100% of the time, and frequently gets caught. All of us have been most of our lives. Okay? Now, when it begins to see this, that it is 100% subject to suggestion 100% of the time, it puts a value on being awake. If you know that you're 100% subject to suggestion 100% of the time, you pay attention. But you never believe that. See, there's not. I said, oh, I can charge everything. Nobody hypnotized me. I always just, when I used to play with such things in our experiments, I always liked somebody to say, you can hypnotize me. I just love that one. Both are gone. They're a lot easier than the ones that says, I want to be hypnotized, but they're trying to help you. So you have to get their attention off of being hypnotized before you can do it. But everybody is 100% subject to suggestion 100% of the time, and the most powerful suggesters are these. These are the ones. Now, if we may go a little further, these are suggestion 100% of the time. These are constantly suggestion 100% of the time. So, I can never find what its true ally is until it comes in contact with certain kinds of teaching which came from some other realm. No man dreamed it up. And then I can begin to see that it does have an ally over here, that it really is its true nature. So then it begins to work for its ally. And it puts the greatest value on that rather than listen to this herd of thugs who is constantly trying to keep it hypnotized. Now, if you knew that you were around certain people always trying to hypnotize you, and you was around somebody else who was interested in your well-being, which one would you spend the time with? Which one?
I choose the one who's helping with it.
working with you to wake up. And is interested in your well-being. The other's interested in their well-being. These are all interested in their well-being. X has no state, it's fine like it is. But it does interested in this. Now, we frequently use the word love. That X loves I. Not all this bunch down here, these false signs, but that one. They'll give it anything it wants. Now, the word love and possibly could be, say, value. If you love something, you value it, don't you? In any level. If you love your dress, you value it. If you love your appearance, you value it. If you love a building, you value it. Insure it, protect it, take care of it, what have you. So, if you love a person, you value that person's companionship, friendship, whatever. Is that right? You value it. Now, value equals love. So the only attribute that I can really have is love, or call it value. This is its waking up state. Now, if its value is being one with X, what do you think it'll do? You think it'll stay on the job fairly easy and remember what its job is? Now, if it values all these not I's, it's pretended to be its friends, those people that you had called fair weather friends down in Egypt, when your money's all gone, they let you go live with pigs. Huh? They would stand stick here. But when they get you in trouble, well, then they let it go. All right? Now, we have loved darkness. This is darkness, is it not, Max?
You bet.
And what have you valued? Man has loved the darkness, not the light. Somebody said, huh? Now here's the light. And we really didn't know about it, so you couldn't love it, because it was, if we heard about anything in that nature, it was a long way off somewhere. And maybe after you was dead, you might get kicked around by it. And it probably didn't love you. It was tolerating you if you was good, and if you was bad, it was waiting up. Throw you in a pit of fire and brimstone, huh? Right. Now, that you couldn't very well value. I don't care how hard you try, huh? You may fear it, but that's a poor kind of value. But if you see that that is your very nature, that is home, that is everything that is valuable, and that is your total function, then you begin to value doing that, huh? But now, all we have valued, our love, all of our life, is to gratify the senses on all levels. Is that correct? Now, this we've loved. So now here is some re-evaluation. Now, first we have to discover, and you can only discover that you have loved this with every ounce of our strength. We never forgot to serve it. And that has been called darkness. Man loved darkness. It's been called mammon. What else, man? Sin. Sin isn't the mark. Man loves this. Now, he's never loved this. Now, all the commandments are summed up in what, Max?
Love the Lord.
Thy God. With all thy heart and all thy strength and all thy might, everything you got. And love your neighbor as yourself. Huh? Now, this one loves what? Conditioning. Beyond all things. Huh? Pleasure. Pleasure and comfort, my own sensations. All thoughts, all considering, all ideas are directed how does this affect me. Never about the other person. Well, now, if you'd be nicer to me, you're not smiling at me. I'm sure she's disproving everything. And all torn up inside. Somebody did something. They did it deliberately to me. We never think they're just trying to have pleasure and comfort. Huh? We know they're deliberately pointing it at me and jabbing that dagger at me. Now, this is all concerned with being non-disturbed, having pleasure, comfort, attention, approval, and importance, which is to be ability to control others. Huh? That's when you feel important, when you can control them, push them around, make them do what you want to. Now that has been our love. And what has it led to, if I may ask? Inside. I'm not talking about your outside state, your inner state. What's it led to?
Disintegration.
Falling apart, it seems, getting old, troubles, worries, anxieties, trouble with other people, etc. Now, if one could reevaluate, and this I sitting out here can observe both at this moment and can reevaluate. Now, we suddenly change mind. There's no thing can change. To change what it loves. That is repentance, the turning about from loving darkness to loving light. Light, the source of all energy, being itself. Now, would you rather have a little discomfort once in a while and be in contact with that mind, or would you rather struggle away to be comfortable and be miserable all the time? And because unfortunately we've lived with a few moments of pleasure, a few moments of fun here and there, and an awful lot of anxieties and worries. Is that about right, Brother Bill? We always have some distractions. It's very pleasant, but we get off a little bit and it's noise. All right? Now, the word love possibly means valuing. Now, if you love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and thy strength, you make it the greatest value. Value above all else. Now, some words, the word fear is used the same way in certain places. The fear of the Lord is what, Max? The beginning of wisdom, isn't it?
Yep.
So, fear equals love. That word, it was so similar in the Greek that they got translated together. Value the love, Lord, above all else. Value the light. Light above all else is the beginning of wisdom. And the two words got kind of crossed up my soul, so I'm just throwing about there. Now, there's other words as fear is used and translated as this thing we have in the shoulder plexus. Now, if one valued this, then there is no fear of the solar plexus coming. There would be this one, you see. Now, this is, to many people, it's been contradictions, you know, that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, but perfect love casts out fear.
I wanted to put meaning in there also, values,
Equals meaning.
meaning, and in the first.
What is the greatest meaning to me means what I value. Is that right, Alan?
I was thinking of the first verse of John where he says that meaning has been around before, now, and always.
Right. Meaning or value or love. Somebody's always valuing something. You can't operate unless you're valuing something. You would never move. If you didn't value getting a drink, you'd never get up and go get a drink of water, would you?
The four Greek words for love are also levels of value.
Right. Aren't they? And they're all a value system. Now, if we see this, we turn about, which is called repentance, and you're bound to see it if you observe self objectively. One day you put more value on something and you devalue that which you formerly valued so much. It goes clear out of value. It's counterfeit, and you wouldn't value counterfeit anymore, huh? You may have a $100 bill, and until you found out it was counterfeit, you'd value it. As soon as you find out it's counterfeit, get rid of the thing, because it's dangerous to have around, isn't it? And you can tell. Huh? I'll burn that one. You ever see me burn a $100 bill? You be sure that Robert thought about something. But this is a counterfeit. It is the darkness. Man has loved it, valued it. That footing being non-disturbed has been his greatest value. Has that been your greatest value? Yours, down the line, huh? Now, this we have loved or valued the darkness. The conditioning, which is not I. We have valued. We have seen it as our greatest something to serve. We have accepted the teachings of Mammon, which is that the senses are all important. It is today called humanism. That the greatest value is man's inner state. Now, the teachings of Mammon is a real teaching. It is not something you imagine. It is taught to you from the day you live, day you are born. It is not something that just happens to you. There is a teaching in the world. It is today goes under the name of many things, but basically humanism. And that teaches you that the greatest value is how you feel, how you think, and are you getting enough sensations, or you ought to have some more, and etc. And then they have techniques as to how to get it. Now the other teaching is a teaching that comes from some realm that no man knows where. No man I have ever met, and I've met a lot that's worked in it, and no one will claim credit. And you can read all the books about it, and nobody ever claims credit for it. It came from a different realm of mind, from a higher mind. We can use it. And that teaching teaches you what your ally is and points out some way that you may discover what to value. Okay? Now, what do you value? Let's say, being non-disturbed? Or would you gladly be disturbed a bit?
Gladly.
Okay, that's different, isn't it? What's that?
Yes.
You'll be a little disturbed. It doesn't matter. Now, you're going to be disturbed. I'll guarantee you that. We'll all be disturbed. Second force is always around. But which one are you trying to do? Avoid second force or get in contact with what's real?
I begged the guy, and he said, now are you doing it right? Well,
That's
Dr.
the
Love, use the
temptation.
light on.
That's the temptation, you see. See if you're getting the time.
Well, mine-
So who cares what that one says? So you just report these, no, saying, am I going to be approved of for doing this?
No, he wants to know that it's doing it right.
No, that's self-improvement that wants to be sure that's the right thing. So there's one down there hollering, are you doing it right? Who knows what's right? We're just doing what we're doing. We are seeing what's the best, okay? But the tempter is immediately on the job, says, if you're doing it, you'll be doing it right. Now, what is right? Nobody knows. Ellen, what about that? Would you suffer a little bit of inconvenience in order to do that, or would you rather spend your time struggling to be non-disturbed?
I'm going to experience it anyway.
The non-disturbance, the disturbance, you're going to do it anyway, so you might as well be busy going the other way. What looks the most bad to you at this moment? It's the only moment we're doing anything. What looks the most bad?
It seems rather ridiculous to try to avoid it.
Avoid not being disturbed.
Avoid the disturbance.
Right. So that's worthless. So we see that has no value, so we might find something else. Okay? At least experiment. What's the most value to you, Joni? Get over all your little disturbances or be fully awake? But there will be little disturbances. Who cares? That's just in Joni. It's not in you. I can observe Joni being a little disturbed. Now, if you were to get over all of the disturbances, you know how many years it'll take? So the day they called a man with a big Cadillac, don't you Cadillac Station Wagon? They got a couple, 3 places here in town. Got Cadillac Station Wagon. John, what about you, sir? What have we loved all of our life? Darkness. We have followed the teachings of the Master Mammon. That is no disgrace. It is only that, well, I'll turn around, which is what is meant by the word repentance. It doesn't mean sit down and feel guilty. It means turn about. About face, I'm going another way. I'm looking for another ally today. The man down in the hog pen in Egypt in the little story, the prodigal son, was what? He turned about. He'd been serving Mammon. Huh? And he saw that Mammon led you to the hog pen. And that the hogs were better off than he was. They didn't have any conflict, and he did. So he got up and going home. And that might have been a long trip, might have been a little uncomfortable. It might have been tiring. It might have been a little hungry and cold at night, sleeping out on the desert, as far as the story goes. But he turned about and started in another direction. Now, did he get a great reward immediately in Genevieve, or did that take a little time for a trip?
It took a little time.
For a trip.
Well, it's probably pretty hungry too.
Now, I imagine so. It's a little cold at night out in the desert because the Egyptian desert is very much like the New Mexico desert in the fall and winter and spring. It glows. So, a little disturbance along the way, but would you have a value, those would seem nothing, wouldn't they? Now, if you put a great value on something, your inconveniences in trying to get it has never bothered you, has it, Bill? Huh?
Not at all.
Not at all. We see that. Okay, let's concentrate on value and who we would pay attention to as the teaching. Now, the teaching Mammon is screaming and hollering and promoting and running bait and switch ads. X runs no ads, but it's always there. And it's kind of quiet, and it lets for you to come towards it, not the other way around. But the bait and switch operator, which is, you know what a bait and switch operator is? That's the one that offers you great reward, great bargains, and then clips you.
Which is the bait.
Which is, well, you don't get the bait. You only look at the bait when you get there.
Andy is the famous landing series. Was this large print that gives it to you and the small print that
That takes it away. Sometimes salesman, the bait and switch store. He shows you what was advertised and you wouldn't have it. And then he really builds you up and takes your loot and sends you home. But
It's necessary to get clipped though before you see.
I know, you've been clipped, huh? Trimmed a little bit here, then. Right. So we wake up to the fact that Mammon is a bait and switch operator, and that X does no advertising. You have to go toward it because you value it, and not because it is promoting you. Now, Mammon offers you great rewards, pleasures, comfort, gobs of attention, power over others, rule the whole world, etc. And that you'll feel good and wonderful and everything. But it never delivers. I believe everybody here has taken a few courses from Mammon. And have you gotten what you paid for, or did you get clipped? Tell me about it. How about you? I bought many courses from Mammon.
pretty high price.
And every time the price got higher, I suckered into buying more, and it never did deliver the goods. It was a bait and switch operator, and I've always been very thankful for having worked in a bait and switch store for a few weeks for my friend Glenn Newell. I found out what Mammon was. It was a bait and switch operator, and it's made it very plain to me ever since that the urge to be non-disturbed, all the not eyes, are a powerful advertising agency telling you you're going to get marvelous bargains and wonders, and all you get is clipped.
Seems like X told us that he was already found the creation good.
Right, it is, but we didn't see that. We got to improve this thing, we never heard that. So one day we begin to see a different value. When we do, the observer sees a different value, and it no longer is controlled by suggestion from the not I. It's still subject to it, but it's not controlled by it. And it puts a value on being an ally with X, the non-advertiser, who gives you true values, but he never advertises and promotes you. Now, obviously, everybody that's been around knows that the school does not promote nor advertise. And if we do hear something being advertised, we holler a little bit about it, because you have to come to it, not it goes out promoting and advertising for you. Right, Mike? Always hollered about Max. Max is, he wants to simplify things for people in the world, and so he wants to advertise, and I've always...
Sounded a little good.
Yeah, helpful,
That's it, like you.
Right, you gotta go out there and get the people all in and get them all straightened out whether they want to or not. You gotta save the world. And you call that zeal, but the other word for it is salesmanship. And you do not promote, you do not advertise, and you will never see big ads running around to attend the school or anything of the sort. Bill Nunn told me that after all, let's get this thing show on the road and promote it. I said, fine. Let's do, and I left and went to Colorado. But, so he didn't have to advertise. But, it sounds so good, but you see, Mammon is the bait and switch operator, does powerful amount of advertising, morning, noon, and night, promotion, has salesmen out all over the world of every conceivable variety, printed, newspapers, radio, every conceivable thing, promoting for Mammon. X runs no ads. It has no advertising agency, but it does exist, and it says you are welcome, but you have to take the incentive to go to it. You are sold on the idea. Okay, let's take a little bit of break, and that's something to think about while you're taking a break. There's many ways that a discouraging not I works. And when all else fails, they send him on the job. He is the pinch hitter. When he can't get you in any other way, then they send, they have a quick conference around the beer table that says, send old Discourager in. And Discourager goes up and says, you probably aren't doing it right. You didn't do it over 3 or 4 minutes. You probably aren't even here for the right reason. And you never will succeed. And if you do, how do you know you're doing the right thing? So the Discourager not I is the pinch hitter, and I think most of you will hear him many times. You ever hear him, Benny? It's pretty common. He visits you quite often. That he is quite around. So the not I, there is many, and when all else fails, they send the Discourager in. All else fails. You heard him?
Oh, loud and clear.
Oh, I understand.
That way it is. Make it down. He's the knockout captain. He's pinch hitter, and he's pretty good. Isn't he, Al? He's a powerful one. Always, we have to somewhat look at things by parallel. A parallel means something similar, not exact, but similar. Now, and many years ago, most people were acquainted with farming and sheep herding and so forth, so they use those stories about that. So let's today, we're more acquainted in the aerial stage of travel, so when we ride an airplane, whether you fly one, you fly a little beam called an omni-beam, and it goes a pleasant little beep, 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 tells you're on the line. Right, Max? Max says
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Yellow sign now.
No.
But at any rate, you know you're on the beam. Now, when we are objectively observing, we're on the beam. Now, due to many things, the little plane will get off, or the big jet, or whatever it is, will get off of the beam. And you have a signal that immediately tells you when you're off the beam. Right, Max? We have one. It's called your solar plexus. That is the beam station. And it beeps a very peculiar signal. It shows that you're off the beam. Goes,
And then twitches.
and it jumps all over. And so the little needle goes jumping, and you know that you get back on the beam. Now, you don't criticize because you're off the beam, because that would be a waste of time. The pilot threw up his hands and said, what a mess, I'm off the beam. I don't want to ride with it. He goes to hunting around, and he gets back on the beam in a little bit. He may overcorrect and go across it and come over here, but he comes on back, and he gets on the beam. As long as you're on the beam, there is everything going fine. And when you get off the beam, the signal in the solar plexus lets you know it. Right then. Now is that the time to let that discouraging eye get in and say, you can't fly with it, and you got off the beam 3 or 4 times today, huh?
Are you being too good?
Yeah. And you sure you're doing the right thing? Here's the discouraging anyway. Is you really should be suffering more if you're really doing it. Maybe the Omni went out. You're feeling all right, the station went out. Huh? You ever wonder if the instruments were wrong, Alan?
I never had any.
You did. You can even wonder sometimes if the gas gauge is doing right and all the other things.
Dead reckoning.
Yeah, dead right. Mostly dead.
An electric gas gauge, it was a mechanical filter.
But you wonder sometimes if it's stuck up.
I did.
It's been a little give of dirt in the line. You begin to doubt the instrument. Huh? But as long as you're on the beam, it goes on. Now, how far does that beam go? We all in this world down here where Mammon teaches us, there is a goal, and you get to the goal, you've got the whole bit. Is that right? You're always struggling for a goal. Life is everlasting, eternal. It has no end. So we're always on the beam forever, only when we get off. There is no destination. It is a traveling, not a quick little trip that we'll get to a destination. We always travel. So don't be looking for an end on the road. But you see, the Mammon says, well, when are you going to get there? You must not be doing anything. You know, the discourager says, you're not getting anywhere. You haven't gotten anywhere at all. And Mammon continually advertises with these kind of ads, you know. Here is a bait and switch ad. It's a big dirty looking ad, but most people respond to these ads. You put a pretty ad, nobody shows. But you put these big old dirty ones, like Bill run last weekend for Steakhouse, and people showed them. So a bait and switch ad is what Mammon always puts out for you to get there, and he offers a reward at the end. How long is life if you were really alive, says the book for the Max. Everlasting. So would there be a goal on it anywhere, or is it the living that counts, not getting to it either?
On your airplane simile here, I got an interesting story. Everybody assumes the airplane goes faster than a car, right? My little old airplane that had a wind sat there and the cars were going by me.
Yes, I have.
I was really doing a good flying job, and I felt a good
Line going over.
as long as I didn't expect to be there for the cars, I was okay.
As you notice, the wind blows in New Mexico. Those of you that don't live here have only been here for a short time. This starts the usual. This is official welcome to the land of enchantment today. I had a friend over in Albuquerque, had him a nice little airplane, Dr. Saxton, and he was going to learn to fly blind one day, you know, his practice. So wife was navigating him, he's flying. She's sitting there with all this navigation. They were going to Raton. She's up. And she said, well, we should be approaching Raton. So Jack looks out, they're still sitting over a 7-bar flying range. They had the exact headwind with the exact amount of flood, and they'd sat up there all afternoon.
But it was just as good for that pilot's practice.
Right.
Because he'd have gone
Right, but you didn't have to fly back. You could just go him. But Jack was a little disturbed over that. So he sat up there for 2.5 hours. He should be in Raton, flying blind, wise navigating. And she'd even tell him when to raise because we went over mountain ranges and everything. When we got over and make an approach to the airfield in Raton and looked over and they're still sitting over the airport and took off. So Jack sold his airplane. I'll be a better way to get there than that. So we see that there is something we call value and love a while ago, which means much the same. Now, if we really put a value on something, but so many of us don't really value anything very much one way or the other. We play it down the middle. Sounds pretty good, mostly, doesn't it? Play it down the middle, and you really don't get this or that. Now, there's an old teaching story that a man from out in a small town like Roswell or somewhere went to the big city to do some buying for his little store on the week. We'll say he went to Dallas, big D. So he went down to Dallas, and his son here at home told him to bring a book back, the book the boy was interested in. He couldn't buy it down at Coving's, and so Pop was going to get it one of the big bookstores in Big D. When he got there, he met a friend, and I guess he got charged up on the airplane, but when he got off, he met a good drinking buddy, and they were throwing a pretty good spree. And he suddenly remembered he better go get this book. So he asked the friend to go with him, so they staggered down the street to the bookstore. Found the book, and he looked inside, and the book said $5. So he laid a $5 bill and the tax out, and the salesman said it's $7.50. So the drunk opened up the book again and said it says $5 there. The salesman still intent on making a tip because drunks don't come in every day to the bookstore. So he said, well, sure, it says $5, but with the other $2.50 is for the postage we have to pay on the book to get here. The price of the book's $5 and $2.50 for the postage. So the drunk contemplated this for a few minutes, and he laid out a $10 bill, and he said to his friend, when you go on a spree, I always say go whole hog, including the postage. In other words, if you're going to be a sinner, be the best. If you're going to be a saint, be the best. Now, in the story that's told of the prodigal son, it includes another story in it of a boy who stayed at home. Well, the one went whole hog. He took all of his money and he went whole hog till he wound up in the hog pen. He went whole hog, including the postage. He was broke. He spent it all. He went on a spree and took his whole inheritance and blew it. He really did up a good job. But then he turned around and went home. And he did that whole hog, including the postage. But he had a brother who had stayed at home who never really went whole hog at anything. And the brother was kind of disturbed about the whole thing, and the old man kind of had to fiddle him around. He told him he never done one way or the other. He had taken advantage of what he did, however, anything else. So many of us never put much value on anything. We're kind of afraid to. So when we only do things part way, of course, we take longer to get back on the beam, and maybe a discouraging eye says, well, you should never fly anymore. You got off the beam twice this afternoon. But if you're going to fly whole hog, you know. So when we value, we put all of it regardless. So, all right, I bump my head into the wall someday. That may happen. So what? I'll bump it hard. Not going to be just fiddling around with it. So when one sees that there is basically what is called love, it's concerned with valuing. Now, if you're going to value somebody just a little bit, you really don't love them very much, do you? Right. If you value them a lot, you go whole hog, huh? Always. Now, this is what we are talking about. Do we love what we are looking at enough to really see the value in it? The value, or I love finding out for myself. I want to find out what it's like to continually observe objectively Robert. As I observe him, I will find out. Now, there is no end. You don't get to the end of the road. Only the people who study Mammon get to the end of the road. They always get a goal. They get a ride in a big black Cadillac Station. And that's the end, huh? But I'm not looking for that one today. I like living. Jody?
Can't we fool ourselves by saying that we value something and we really need it instead?
Maybe you need what you value and value what you need. That's the discouraging one. Says you really don't know what you're talking about, Jody. That's the discouraging eye, okay? What difference does it make whether you need it or love it or whatever value? You value the things you need, don't you?
But we really have no need.
We might have a need, one, to get in contact with it.
Or a privilege.
We have the privilege or a need, so it may be a need, who knows? Well, I don't need clothes because I got some on today. I don't need food because I've got enough to last 2 or 3 days anyway. I don't need water because I'll do the tap that's back there. But I may need something, John. So if you need it and love it and value it, all comes out about the same thing. It's words there that you want to use the word need while you use the word need. But don't let a discouraging eye tell you, you're a man, Johnny. You see, you observe that there's a discouraging eye that says you've got to get things down to the next bristle before you understand it.
I think you value something and it's not a value, it's a need.
Well, it's still a value to you. So you see, it's saying, well, you've got to get all its philosophy straightened out before you can observe. We're not caring about the philosophy. We're just observing what's going on, and that's going on at this moment, okay? Dave?
Means important, making it important.
Making it important is something you would do. It may be important, I don't know. But if you make anything important, the only thing you can make important is to gain pleasure and escape pain, is it not? Try and see. You see, the not eyes have listened very carefully to every lecture, every talk, and everything you've ever read. And they're going to turn it around and hit you in the head with it.
They already have.
Right.
With 100% recall.
I remember, they have the greatest demons or the greatest students of esoteric teachings in the world. They know every bit of it. You may forget it because they'll put you to sleep, but they remember it. If you wake up, they'll hit you in the head with it, with pseudo-logic. That's correct. I'm well acquainted with it.
Gerald has an odd eye that wonders about whether or not he's interpreting what he's seeing.
Right.
Correct.
Right. Because he's got to do it right.
Well, he seems to want to not misinterpret. what he-
Right. Because he says if you don't get this exact, you will make a
I
mess.
won't understand.
Right. Correct. So all we're looking at is that not I. We have put nothing out for anything to understand. We're only looking at not I's, and that's one up.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you see, we said that we had a big board up here for a couple of days that said all we can do is study self.
Mhm.
The other part of the teaching comes from within. It's called intuition after a while. Intuition, teaching from within, comes from me. Right now, we're studying that guy that says, you better interpret it right.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. So you can see him, and he's saying it. That's all there is to it.
Right.
He's saying you've got to interpret right. He is one of those that creates doubt. He attempts to hypnotize the I by saying, are you sure you're hearing it right?
That's right.
One time in Albuquerque, I worked with a school teacher. She wanted to get her master's degree, and she didn't feel she was one to write it, so I took on the chore for a few bucks to write the thesis. And we helped set up the experiment. So it was on slow learning children. So we took the fastest learning children and the slowest learning children, divided them into two equal groups for conversation. And we told the ones that was fast learning that they would pass if they said, I don't know, or answered correctly. But if they answered incorrectly, they would be flunked. We took the slow learning ones and told them if they answered anything, they would pass. The only time they wouldn't get along is if they didn't say anything. If we said, how do you spell captain? He didn't know what he said, 4, 5, 7. Well, he would get passed. See? And so when the smart kids come along, and one of them, the teacher would ask something, he'd hold his hand up, he knows the answer, and he'd answer it. She said, are you sure that's right? You want to stick with that? And he said, yeah. She said, are you real sure? And he said, no, I didn't answer no. That was smart. The slow ones could say anything. They got that. And it completely reversed the slow learners and the fast learners just by making them doubt where their answers were correct on the smart ones.
Touche.
You need slow learners.
So I railed into the not I's have been working on me to set up the experiment. And there was one that always come up and said, are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a not I. Okay, just watch it.
Sure.
He don't mean a thing. He's just another not I. There's a not I down there that's saying, are you sure? Trying to throw it out. Now, what we are trying to observe that as number one, we objectively observe you meet with tremendous opposition from the not I. Okay? They use every hypnotic trick in the game. And they will use doubting, try to instill doubt in I. That's one of the better ways to hypnotize. Would you say that we hypnotized all those kids in that classroom? Made them doubt their ability to answer the question. Some of them you got to do 3 times before you really doubt it. He'd say, the answer, and let him answer now. Are you sure that's the right answer? Now, you remember what happened? Yeah, it's sure, it's right. You say you're real sure now? But much less sure that time. And you say, are you real sure though? You want to stick with that, or you rather say you don't know? I don't know. You see, you could wreck his whole confidence in a matter of seconds. All right? Now, the rest of the story is that we got them all back where they were all free to answer anything, told them what the story was. And that teacher, until this day, has no slow learners in her class. They come in, but they don't go out as slow learners. So it's nothing that's made important in the game. And but the minute we made it important that they either answer correctly or not at all, they all begin to answer not at all, you see. So this was your little not I that was coming along there and hollered one. Are you sure?
Don't understand.
Right. Did you interpret what was said correctly? Are you sure, Jim?
Well,
We're not interpreting at all. We're merely observing what's being said. Is that by all this noise that comes out of here? One after the other. Okay? There is no interpretation been talked about it.
No.
You see what a demon is?
There's a line that says, well, you better start watching again, which is fine, I guess. And I just look on top of that,
Now, there's one holler that says you gotta watch. He's implying that you are.
yeah. So we just say great. And we
Maybe one thing, but that's not still up. Because he's trying to throw doubt into you that you aren't watching even when you are.
The famous phrase he uses everything. Do you see it for what it is?
Right. That's it, what it is. So he probably knows. It's a good balance. Okay? What hollering is it?
Oh, that, when I think of how nice the warm body would feel, that is a place to find out there's something.
You better stop it. You better improve it. Straighten up the fly right. But what's wrong with it is one thinking about that, okay? In other words, you're trying to improve or get in. It says now you've got to improve and you've got to reform. Get to reforming now, okay? There are lots of them. You just observe. You see all of these are different. Huh?
I can do that.
Right, because if you don't do it right, it won't work at all with it. And nobody knows what the right thing is, but we just observe one that says, you say you better be working on the right thing.
And they got back and say we did that.
Right. Sure, they talk back all the time. They never quit. How about you, lady?
I don't know, I'm awake.
That's a good doubter. He said, you don't know are you awake or not. You sure you're awake? No, I'm not this. Okay, he's got the phone down the bottom. Huh? That is a doubt producer. Yeah, those are the ones that come in as the last pinch hitters. They'll make you doubt everything. What about you, Bunny?
I'll make this important. You'll either get it or you won't.
Right. So there is one saying, well, you better not pay too much attention to it because if you do, you'll be making it important. And that's bad. So you be sure you do the right thing now. You see, they have listened better than Bunny here. The not eyes are excellent students. Only thing is they use it to drive knives at people. They're called black magicians. They're trying to destroy you. Genevieve?
There's a lot going on.
All of them hollering, talking, telling you that you'll never get along very well.
Well, I don't know that it's what I'm thinking, if I'm really looking, I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. The doubter is on the ball. See, he's got you doubting whether you're looking or sleeping.
I should know.
Right.
I should know.
He really should know.
There's a difference there.
Right. You really should know.
Yes, and
Be
I should know
certain.
when I'm really on the ball.
Right. You got to be certain. That's one says, now this is all fine, but are you certain? That was just the one we used on those kids and made slow learners out of fast learners. But are you certain, Genevieve? Are you real certain? Are you absolutely certain? Are you categorically certain?
And am I reporting it? Is this the right? Am I reporting it correctly?
No, that's one of the others said, are you reporting correctly? You see, this is, I can make anybody doubt anything with that little trip. So you be aware that he's working to try to produce doubt. Tony?
I can see a person little thinking there laughing at me and saying, come on, we have two buffalo.
Right. In other words, the ridiculers come up. Now, there's another one that arrived on the scene for Joni that hasn't been around to ridicule you for even looking at the scene. So we got you beat before you started. John?
Seem to be twins. They always start off with we.
Yeah.
We tried this before. Let's try something new.
Yeah, we, that puts the other one in with what you see. It says, well, we have already tried this. It already implies we are allies. It's already cost you. It implies it's already cost you, so what chance do you have? Okay, so there's one saying we already cost you, and that's all. You just leave it there and go on. You don't need to do a thing about it. You see, what the attempt to do is start conflict, struggle, and resistance, if you will observe. The not I always want you to be in a state of conflict, struggle, or resistance. So, John is trying to say, well, let's struggle some more. We've tried this one. So, this one says, well, we've already tried this. Let's do something different. We've already tried that. It's worthless now, so we'll have to struggle some to do something different. I want to ask you, Lynn. You know I like you real well. How about you, Miss Norma?
What are you gonna say when he calls?
Now dream up a good one so it'll be dramatic.
Right.
That's all you want to say. That's what he's hollering. So he's trying to say, be sure to put on a good front and look pretty on your inside and outside. Okay? How about it, Missy? Rita? Hmm?
The belly ring is known and I haven't climbed.
Oh, you haven't got it. He says, I kicked down the button and turned on the signal, and she don't know what it is.
So really strong and fly, they hide.
Oh, yeah, they do run quick. But that one says, what do? You can't tell whether it's a real signal or one I turned on.
Something else one of them knows too. When I look at it, she says, looks like she's doing it. Looks like Princess doing now.
Yep. Yeah. They tried to ridicule. I'm not married
Oh, but now she's picking up.
because you're not doing it right. You win everything good. Right.
I don't want to be embarrassed.
You just want to be embarrassed. Okay. How about you, Jim? You don't want to be embarrassed, or is it all right to say how the kids are doing?
Go ahead, say it.
But what is
Looking
it?
for it, I can't find them in there.
They're running high. Now you can't observe nothing. What's he going to do now? You can't observe nothing. What are you going to do now?
One comes up and says, got it made.
You got to be now. She thinks she's got to slip. Just wait a minute. Betsy?
Norman and I must be working on the same wavelength. What am I going to say?
Hey, I
We're
got
all in there.
In other words, you've got to keep up a good friend so it'll let you. Bill, how is your kids behaving this morning?
I've got one, I don't know what he is, but he said, I wonder if you can observe when you don't know you're observing.
Right. In other words, you got a philosopher in there. The one who wants to put it in a capsule. He says, well, let's see if you can get this in a capsule. That's a philosophizing eye that he produces doubt. This is the one that always comes up when you are turning for into work. Then comes the one that throws the doubt. He tries all kinds of unanswerable questions on you. We have talked about unanswerable questions a number of times. He asks an unanswerable question, no answer. The best way to confuse and hypnotize a person is to throw an unanswerable question at him. How do you get a goose out of a bottle without breaking the bottle or the goose? That was the question. So you merely report it. You don't try to contend with it. You don't struggle with it. Because he's trying to get you into it. See, if he gets you struggling with that question, Billy's fucking see. If he gets you to try to stop the questions from coming up, here comes. Or if you get in a conflict where this is an unanswerable question, I better really figure out that you come. Okay? You don't do any conflict, struggle, or resistance. You merely observe what's going on. And it continually goes. And if there's nothing going on, you say they're right. Okay?
This is a good one because I can really see how I identify with the fact is I'm sitting here and it's all very great. I can understand the very great. But what about the practical implications? You have to serve all these people. How do you know you're doing the right thing? What do you say the wrong way?
So the biggest one up this morning is the doubter. You see, he's trying to create doubt in everybody's mind. Dorothy?
Let's just sit on the fence. We can fall one way or the other.
So, he's saying, don't get involved. You make it important.
Not too far, you know.
Yeah, it's all right to listen, but don't get caught up in it. Rachel, how's the kids behaving this morning?
Oh, that's pretty about that and do something I know I can do.
Okay. And do something good.
Remodel the house.
Build a house or build a motel or something like that, then we can do that. Max, which one of yours is getting the most noise for the kids?
How to be successful.
It's got to be successful because if there is anything that one can tolerate, it's failure. And if you don't do it right, it's better not to do it at all. Okay? All right. Now, as we look at these, we will see values. Now, in your notes, you will find over in the back 2 pages of them a list of references that you may check up wherever you want to. One of them will be incorrect. I will straighten it out as I hand them to you. Now, we're going to work this afternoon on purely practical watching all these things go. We're able to say most anything, and you watch how the kids use it. The kids will try to use it to control. They say they know more about all the things that we have talked about for the past few years than any other person is all the not eyes. Each one took a word and I can use that. I can use that. I can use that. Got it, kept it, and use it. And the person is the poor that's trying to figure out and put it all together, can't get it because a whole bunch of different eyes got it. One heard one thing, one heard another one heard another one, and one heard another one. And if you try to recall it, you can only get bits and pieces. One say, well, that's what he said, and he sticks up his little sign, but the rest of it on the chicken. And but one day when you least expected it, he'll show it to you and use it to hit you over the head. So you see that when you hear a given amount of material, and there is all of this stuff down here with endless numbers of eyes, each 6 of them, 7 of them, each one's got lots of kids. Each one in turn hears something and says, I can use that. And he puts it away. Now you try to recall it all at once, you have mouth trouble with your face because they won't come up when you have it. But sometime when you least expect it, they'll use it against you. Now, with your eye out here, merely observing how they use it. Now they threaten with it. They use the teaching to threaten you with. They use it to intimidate you. They use it to establish doubt. They do anything to use it for hypnotic purposes. Now, and some of you have heard us talk that there is black magicians in the world. The black magician takes the teaching and uses it to control people. A person that's called a white magician takes the work and attempts to liberate. Now, the only one that can use it for liberation is this one. All of these are the black magicians. Now, the black magician is attempting to control this eye. So the way it does it is use all the teachings and turn it against you some way. It has done this through the ages. It's nothing new with just this particular thing. It uses anything that's heard. Any of you have been students of possibly the Bible. You found that the not eyes will turn it against you and get food out of you with it. It makes it into a threatening book instead of a liberating book. Is that right? The not eyes will use it to frighten you. And they will make it literal or they will twist it in any direction to make it mean that you're going to have bad shape. You've experienced that, have you not, sir? Okay? Now the not eyes are the black magicians. They are called by many names through many ways of trying to refer to it. They are referred to as demons. They are referred to as not eyes. They are referred to as black magicians. They are referred to by many other names of shamans and etc. But as long as this is merely observed without identifying with it, its power goes out of it. Now, the temptation is always to identify with at least one of them, especially that discouraging eye that gets up the joint going, right? After everything else has been tried. But if one endures these insults, and they are insulters, and they also pat you on the back sometimes. They're also flatterers. They tell you, you've got this already. We've already got this. We don't need this, do we, John? Etc. It'll flatter you. It will criticize you. It will insult you. It will try all the tricks of control. Now, as long as one gets caught with the first one and says the whole purpose of living is to be non-disturbed, of course they get you. But if you change your value and see that the value is to be conscious and to be an ally of X, to be a reporter, objective reporter to the wise general, you can withstand their onslaughts. The man who saw that his job was, the greatest value was to seek out and find the lost sheep of the house of Israel, which is this eye, was not tempted by all the little temptations that says you go make bread out of stones and you You make the simple one for yourself, and that you can rule the whole world. In other words, the black magicians tried their art. Now, we're all subject to them, but we don't have to be controlled by them. What do? We've changed a value. We have seen something that we love more than what we used to. When I was a kid, I loved this the most. When I was a child, I thought as a child, spoke as a child, and acted as a child, and loved as a child. I love non-disturbance. When I saw the fallacy of non-disturbance, I became a man. And I don't love that anymore. That's gone now. Now, a kid has to love it. And I may have been a kid until I was 40. I don't know. It was a little somewhere around about there. But you don't become a man or an adult until you can see that fallacy. When you see that, then all the battering of the not eyes is so much noise. You see, it just doesn't matter because I've got another purpose in mind. So the road is rough. If a man is out intent upon finding a gold mine or a uranium mine, why he may struggle through the desert and down the Grand Canyon and all sorts of things, but he's intent upon going on. He don't mind the discount. Goes up. Now, this is where we're seeing life rising from the dead to be alive. And surely we could at least find out what it's like. If we don't like it, we can always dead off again. But at least we can find out what it's like to be alive. We've been dead all our lives. And now then, all this existence here, we have been dead. Now we can at least find out what it's like to be alive. So maybe there is a little discomfort of listening to these kids holler. You know, they try to discourage you. They try to intimidate you. They try to cajole you. They try to sell you on something and all this thing. But you can endure that, can't you? That's not so bad. It's really something funny to look at when you see all these tricksters playing their game. How about it, Bill? Now, they're tricksters. I don't underrate it. But, you know, that's where Halloween came from. And all these spooks come out. Trick or treat. But you need to give them neither. You just observe. All these skeletons, goons, and all these things. What if the goons give me an offer, though I can't afford to refuse? Anyway, they're making this offer, and this funny thing is, they do go in, but they do offer that. They use that. They intimidate, they threaten, they discourage, and every other conceivable thing. Now, is that so difficult to listen to, or what have you? Well, you can observe it. It don't frighten you. You see what it is. It's very, very interesting to observe tricksters trying to sell you something and you know what they're doing. Now, if you don't know what's going on, obviously, by this, but we have talked enough of it that we have something we can sit down and do. Is that right? We can watch them, and we kind of have tried to cover the general categories, and we'll keep on talking about it through this afternoon, as to their general categories. Now, the only reason for me being here, I've been there. I'm not theoretically talking now. If somebody hasn't been there, they couldn't tell you about what might happen, huh? In other words, I can give you a sketchy roadmap for how to get from here to Carrizosa. I can't go for you, but I've been to Carrizosa, and I can tell you where all the turns are. If I've never been to Carrizosa, I couldn't very well tell you about how to get there. I'm well acquainted with all these brats that every one of you are hearing. Well acquainted with friends. And while they're weaker today than they used to be, every once in a while, one of them gets a shot of booze. He gets some bold courage, and he comes telling me about himself. He gets a shot of 100 pipers, and he feels like he can really tell me off, you know. But if you just listen to him, he has to go back and fall over in the corner again. He looks like a puppet with the strings pulled off. But, so they're not indefinite with you, but they will catch a little charge of 100 pipers and get some false curves and come running one day. But that's all right. You just heard it. And there is worth listening to them, if I may say so. But the work in itself is the only reward there is. Nobody can offer you anything. But the very work of observing them gets to be the most interesting thing one can see. Miss Carita said she brought some goodies. Her kitchen is evidently run over and she couldn't stow it, so she brought it over here. If anybody would like lunch, as Karita left, what? Salami, cheese, what have you. We're going to take off today until 1 o'clock. If anybody wants to be gone from here, try to get back by not later than 1:05. But we'll start exactly at 1:05. But try to be here around 1. If you'd like to stay here, it's less breezy in here than it is outside. If you're from out of state, you will certainly enjoy knowing what New Mexico is like 9 months out of the year. Go out and see. You only have 9 months of it, and the rest of it is beautiful. The land of enchantment. If you can stand those 9, the other 3's worth it, aren't you, Karita? If you can stand the 9, the other 3 makes up for it, don't they? They make up for it. One of them's gone, and another one comes up. In other words, one not eye at a time generally runs everything, or at least 2 of them sit in and fight. What we're doing the last day or so has aroused all of them, if you'll notice. All the not eyes are up front, center, screaming, hollering, running all over the place at one time. Now, it takes considerable attention to not spend more time asleep than you do awake. Now, this is not one not eye will jump up and say, well, you're not doing it at all. But you will go and something like this, there'll be sleeping stage a little while, and then there will be awakening, and then there will be sleep, and there'll be awake. Like we said, you get off the beam, but the little omni makes the switch, and you know about it, it's back. Now, they're all been excited the last day or 2 because they're threatened. So you will notice them very much so, and if you continue to observe, now you have some material with you, and every one of you has somebody around you, right? Somebody that you know, you go over and argue with Karita holler too, and so forth, and we can observe the not eye. Now, everybody, the not eyes attempt to make you have a problem out of it. It is very, very simple. I is a reporter. It does not get involved regardless of what the not eyes have to say. Now, the not eyes want you to get involved, you know. Now, as long as eyes that stand and look without trying to straighten out. One not eye comes up and says, we got to straighten these others out. We've got to change them. We've got to do this. But now, it is as though one looked over and says there is a menu board over there. It says cowboy T-bone, $5, cowgirl T-bone, $4, barbecue ribs, $3, large top sirloin, $3.50, chicken fried steak, $2.50. Includes ranch beans, coleslaw, French fries, rolls, tea or dessert extra. All stores. Steaks, choice, or prime beef. Now, I don't know whether it's good or a bad menu. It's red. Okay? There is a picture on the wall here that has some sheep and a cat on it. There's one here from guys having fun sitting in a country seat. One here of this. There's boots hanging on the wall. Now, that's just observing and reporting what's there, huh? Simple, easy. There's nothing to interpret. There's nothing to understand. Nothing to fail to do or nothing to do. Now, all the not eyes try to make it complicated. Just reporting. The lady sitting there with includes ranch beans, coleslaw, French fries, rolls, tea or dessert extra. All stores. Steaks, choice, or prime beef. Now, I don't know whether it's good or a bad menu. It's red. Okay? There is a picture on the wall here that has some sheep and a cat on it. There's one here from guys having fun sitting in a country seat. One here of this. There's boots hanging on the wall. Now, that's just observing and reporting what's there, huh? Simple, easy. There's nothing to interpret. There's nothing to understand. Nothing to fail to do or nothing to do. Now, all the not eyes try to make it complicated. Just reporting. The lady sitting there with purple pantsuit on. And a white shirt. The next one's got on a blue shirt. The next one's got on a beautiful print dress. The next one's got on a white shirt. The next one's got on a tan shirt. That's all. Now, what's complicated about that? But these not I said you've got to interpret, you've got to understand, you've got to straighten this out, you've got to put a stop to that one over there. They're just screaming up a storm. Okay. Now, if one can catch the idea that one is a reporter that has no involvement, in other words, totally disidentified from all this herd of things down here, huh? Now, we've used many analogies. We've said you're a visitor from Mars and a flying saucer sitting up here watching the Earthlings. You have any involvement in the Earthlings, or are you merely reporting on your two-way back to Mars and says, one's doing this, one's doing that? They're bumping into each other on the highway. They're shooting at each other with guns. They're shooting off bombs and killing a whole slew of them at a time. Some of them are, after they shoot them, then they go pick them up and take care of them in hospitals. You know, they're kind of peculiar folks, but that's all we can have to say about it, right?
Would you carry it on to you're sitting at a table eating, ready to eat, and this is the menu? Now you're not just observing the menu.
Okay, so then I merely report what the menu is, and if X wants to eat it, well, then we'll get up and leave. It's objective reporting. Now, the machine will choose to eat something. So Max is eating steak. Bob's eating ribs. But I am not eating. I don't eat. I have ribs. I only eat a different kind of food called wisdom and understanding our love.
Max is going to eat according to those conditioned tastes.
Right. So Max is eating. Right. And Max has ordered well done thick top sirloin. But this is what you would listen. You are only reporting what the machine is doing. I don't eat. I don't drink. I does only one thing. It observes Max, huh?
And there then is we want to bring the awareness into the decision-making process.
That decision-making process tries to bring awareness into it and get caught. Now, you see, this is where the catcher is, that it wants to bring the observer into the decision-making process. Well, the decision-making process is mechanical. You're conditioned, the machine. Surely likes coffee with cream, huh? Yeah. So the observer stands up and says, Shirley likes her coffee with cream. She puts white stuff and black stuff and then drinks it. You know, neither approved nor disapproved, that's it.
This might not be on the same subject, but how can a person that is so drunk, when they see the necessity in being sober, just sober like that? How does that fit in?
Well, any time you value something, you get there. A man gets drunk, he values getting drunk. If he values being sober, he'll be sober. He leaves the body and begins to observe the body. And as soon as you're no longer identified with it, you can't be drunk very well. But let's don't try that experiment. But you'll end up there. You might not see it quite that. But that's something down the road. You'll observe it someday, okay? Person sees the absolute necessity of being sober, and he'll sober up right away. In other words, you might observe, well, John's drinking vodka. Oh, no. Neither approved nor disapproved. See? And that's it. So it's purely objective reporting, and the decision making is all the work of the not eyes, and so you let them do it and observe how they do it, okay? That easy enough, sir?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You can watch Gerald wonder if he should. He's in a conflict. Should he serve hamburgers or hot dogs, you know? He's wondering if he's doing the restaurant right. Right? And Bob gave Jim a recipe a while ago. And Jim is going to no doubt look at it and say, now did I remember it correctly? What did I leave out? And I's going to observe him trying to be sure that Jim does the recipe right. And then Bill overheard Bob give the recipe, and he immediately began to wonder, should we serve it? I is observing this goings on amongst these earthlings. Might be too good, and maybe they get more business. Now, it's trying to get R to come down and decide what to do. But I is an observer, not a decider at this stage of the game. All he can do is observe, and that's a powerful job for him, and he has great adversaries for doing that. Now, the very fact of doing this is lighting a light in a very dark area. Now, it lights up the room. There is a simile somewhere that you light a lamp and put it on a lampstand, so we'll make a big tall candle holder. Is it all right to have candles, Betsy? All right to have candles. And we put the candle up here on top of it. And it's got a little flame on it. Now, as that candle lights up the room, does it have a preference as to what it lights up, or does it have any judgment of it, or is it total impartiality? Now, this is another attribute of agape, love, value, and it's impartial. It lights up everything in the room. Now, if it's impartial, which the observer is, it doesn't say this one's good or this one's bad. In other words, it doesn't judge what it lights up, do you see, Gerald? If it lights up fantasies of having a harem on a South Sea island, well, Gerald is fantasizing having a harem of 18 blacks on the South Sea island. Neither good nor bad or indifferent. It just is impartial. But it lights up everything that comes by, okay? And if it lights up him having a bank and charging everybody 18% interest and it's his money, he's rolling in wealth, that's all right. Neither good nor bad. You don't judge it. And if it observes that Gerald is angry and thinking about shoving knives through people, well, that's what it's doing. Nobody says it's good or bad. It's impartial. It's a light. Now, to throw light onto a dark area is to begin to be aware of what's in the area. Now, you might find after a while that there is a lot of things in there that you've never dreamed. There is a story somewhere that I read recently, and I don't know where. Maybe I wrote it. That a man inherited a big estate. And when he went to see it, the first place he arrived was the receiving gate where they brought the groceries in and hauled the garbage out. So he thought that was his whole estate, and he moved in, and his groceries there, and his garbage come out, and so forth, and so he lived there. Some guy came along that knew his father and said, look, what are you doing down here? You have a big mansion up there, and you have beautiful fields, and you have wonderful gardens, and orchards, and fountains, and beautiful birds. And the guy said, what kind of nut are you? I've been here for 40 years. I know what I got. I got this shed. And maybe the shed has got us caught with all these knot eyes running around. And maybe when you observe them a little while, you might find you have a fantastic estate back there. That might be interesting too. I don't know. It's, it's highly possible that there's all kinds of wonderful things going on there. But first off, it's covered up with a bunch of thugs. Now, do you criticize the thugs, want to fight with them, or do you simply observe? Gerald?
Observe.
Simple. Nothing else. No complication. You don't know where you're doing it. After all, how can you be right or wrong? You're just observing what you see. Let's do it. Bill? Is that complicated?
No.
No, but then, well, I'll try to complicate it and says, well, let's wrap it all up, put it in one capsule, and then you won't have to bother with it anymore. It'll be long. And that's going to be a simplified system, shouldn't it?
Just logical.
Well, get it organized, then it'll be simple.
Yeah.
Just get it organized and say it straight.
That sounds pretty organized to me.
Is it? That's all it is. It's up there good. Is that complicated to you now? To you? It's just simple. You observe whatever goes on. In other words, you might say you repeat what the things are hollered without trying to straighten them out or change them. Is that complicated, Genevieve?
No.
One of them says, well, it might be. He's trying to tip me there.
No, No, I just know that it's very simple now. It's just
Okay, all right. And so now it's the only time it ever is. Alan is one of them said that's too simple, it couldn't do any good. Your bill's got to be better, or you can't won't help you get it.
You will appear. Not bad.
So here is a simple procedure. It is called self-knowing. It leads to one experiencing many things. Maybe the first thing you experience may not be real pleasant, but that's all right. Maybe the next one may not be. The next one may be pretty good. Now, if you've got a wonderful kitchen that's full of all kinds of groceries, John, and there wasn't a light one in there, we'd have a hard time cooking it, wouldn't we? Okay? Right? So all we're doing is looking to see what we got. Now, maybe we got some garbage. And if we're aware of this garbage, the garbage will get hauled out, but self will take care of getting rid of the garbage. I don't, the observer, don't have to do a thing about it. He is only aware and reports it to headquarters. You got a telephone. You don't let nobody else use that telephone but you, and you report to headquarters, okay? And you say there's garbage in the kitchen. It'll get hauled out. Don't worry about it. You don't care how, what, or what way. You know. And you don't describe it as garbage as being bad. If we had commercial kitchens and didn't have garbage, we ain't doing much business over there. I like to see big lots of garbage every morning. That knows we had a big night last night. Right, Bill? Right. And big business last night. So we take garbage around place. It's neither good nor bad. It's a fact. But if you are the reporter, then somebody takes care of it, and you've got something on the other end of the line that obviously takes care of it, because we can demonstrate that over and over. If I pick up this eraser and heave it down towards that with the black and the gold on, she reports that there's something coming and somebody knocks it out of the way, okay? The headquarters does it. So it's always that these are the watcher, the observer, and reporter, and there is nothing complicated about it. But all our days we have been hypnotized by some self-improving eye, some doubtful eye, some discouraging eye, some struggling eye, and we feel that it ought to keep on doing that, right? But now we look at something very fairly what? Merely observe and report, and nothing else is necessary. That's it. You knew that. Part of the time. That's all that. Part of the time. And when you go to sleep, you'll know about it. You'll wake up after a while and get back on the beam and say, I'm back on the job again. That's all. You don't apologize for being asleep for a while. You just merely say, I'm back on the job now. Huh? I'm there with a telephone. And so if you got a telephone and every one of us could use it here to talk in the name of Kettleman Steakhouse, there would sure be lots of funny orders here in White Winterville. Huh? You better hang on to the telephone, you see. In Borrego, we kept the dial locked. And even then, some of them figured out how to use telephone manning. So they found out you got it best enough. You can dial the phone with the little clock on top. Sometimes it's so. And so I used to set the trailer and see if somebody was working on the dial. I would jiggle it up and down 2 times, upset their dial. Triggers do too. Because you can put some extra numbers in there. You do it at the same time and get some more numbers in there. So you merely report, and you have the sole telephone unless you let somebody else know. So you hang on the telephone. Do you say what ought to be done about it? I was saying, you report what's there. That's your only job. The dealer is cheap. You don't say it's good or bad. You merely say he's cutting the table. The man upstairs takes care of the work, okay? Simple thing. The executive office takes care of the dealer. You don't have to say what should be done to him or anything else. He's cutting the table. Huh? That's all. It's that simple. Now, the rest of our time that you prefer to work, I would like for you to observe. I'm available for any private discussion that you would want to have about the peculiarity of any not eye you have running around, but they are only observed and you really don't need. You've lighted a candle, put it on a candlestick, and set it up in the middle of the room called self, And it's lightening up, and first one another comes through that window. Arranging to me, sometimes a whole house full of kids run through at the same time. They clatter, make a little noise, but you say a bunch of kids run through there. That's all Neil needs to do. Headquarters takes care of any, how, what, or why ought to be done about it. Okay?
Not I, Doctor.
They always.
I don't know. Sometimes what's happening, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on. All I can say is,
A lot of crazy stuff going on. A lot of noise going on. That's all you do. You report it. You're not supposed to interpret, because if you interpret, then you're not caught back. So there's no interpretation. There's a lot of noise going on, huh? There's half a dozen of them hollering at the same time. Okay? That's all. Simple and easy. Okay? Now, let's proceed with questions, comments, discussion. You have some notes. See if there's something you want to ask about those. If there's something else that's going on, let's talk now. I've done the best I know how at this moment. Maybe the next moment's different, but point out what is necessary, and what is necessary is so very simple. Student of it, want to get acquainted with it, that's all.
let's take one,
No, that's not page anywhere.
Fine, item 12.
Down on the back page it says a whole bunch of reference points there, Rita.
Yeah.
Number 12 says Liz 15 on it. Make 14 out of the 15. That's all. Okay.
I missed out.
Yeah. Huh?
On page 3, it says, eyes are, it's registered.
Quotation mark, that's a not I. Page number 3. 2A3. All right. With all the ideas of my world, ideals, self-improvement signs and demonstrations and blaming may be false, and if or as some I discovers them to be false, I will renounce them, disidentify. The last two I's should have a line drawn under them. I'm sorry.
Okay. No quotation.
There's no quotation. You should have a line drawn.
One on 3, the last two.
And if it gets in an emergency, it takes over. So you might say, I'm the guardian angel that watches over Robert. That's their terminology. They misuse it and lost all meaning of it, but it originally was a fairly straight teaching idea. That one was the guardian angel. An angel means a messenger. So the guardian messenger, and what are you doing? You're just merely reporting, aren't you? That's the messenger. You've given the message to headquarters. You're broadcasting back to headquarters that Gerald is doing so-and-so. He's no emergency right now. He's getting along all right. What bother you? It doesn't matter what he's doing. Mechanical. And that's to disidentify from him. It's not mine. You see, to solve something mine is to identify with it. Now, Robert identifies with clothes, with cars, with businesses, and many things, but I don't identify with Robert.
It is fun to watch.
Oh, he's a joy to watch. I have a ball.
I understand that.
Everybody else does. That ring a bell, Miss Lana?
Yeah, because I was always, some of the animals was when we kind of say my closet, if you were going to tell someone to get some shoes or
You say, Lana is looking in her closet.
okay, so if I told Dorothy, did you carry anything in that closet? Which, you know, which closet?
Well, you can stay in the closet here, or you can stay in my closet, in Lana. And so the reporter says Lana's telling Dorothy that she can wear anything in her closet. You'll never get the body over claiming. The false personality is made up of claiming, but I disidentify from Bob, who claims things. Okay?
Okay.
Now, if you try to get all the not-I's to quit claiming, you're going to have the biggest fun you ever seen. You go right back in the middle, and you're whipped up, and that's the self-improving I says, let's get them down here and make Robert quit claiming things. Then we could get totally involved in the situation. Lana will always claim, but I don't have to claim Lana. I am not Lana. Lana is an object, and I am observing her without condemnation or justification. Lana claims all sorts of things. She thinks of my friends, my house, my clothes, my closet, my bathroom, my waterbed, my this, my that, my the other thing,
My bill.
my belly, my pain, my headache, and my belly, and all that stuff. But I don't claim that Lana, okay? That's what counts. We're talking from a realm of the spiritual world, not the physical world. I believe we started with that, did we not? That way it says, the Christ taught that I am not of this world. Now, the body is obviously of this world. It's made out of the elements of this world. But I am not of this world. I'm looking over something and being aware of something in the world, but I am not of this world. And said, my kingdom is not of this world. Okay? We're not talking about that. Yes, this is all of this world. Solid rock. But I don't claim it. I am aware of Robert. I'm aware of what goes on inside Robert and what the whole mechanism does, but Robert is not mine. And I am not Robert, and then I'm not of this world. Okay? Alan, Bob, Joyce, Faye, Diane, Bonnie is of the world. I am observing all those things, and I'm not of this world. I am spirit. Spirit. And there is a spirit observing every one of these not eyes and the machines running around here, okay? The spirit is the one we're interested in, not the meat. And we have always treated them as the same. And that has been the norm. And the one thing we're trained to separate, that spirit and flesh are two different things. We cook meat after we get the flesh out of it, but I haven't got the nerve to cook it while the spirit's still in it. Have you?
No.
John? I couldn't throw a pig on that broiler and cook it if the spirit was there.
Not a lot for them, but that was.
Anyway, I know that curls my hair too. Oh, I wouldn't do that. Neither would I eat mountain oysters. Not because they're bad, but because the creatures are still out running around. I meet a piece of them in alive. Get removed in restoration operation. People eat it. Usually the animal's still running on. I won't do that.
Oh, really? Even that part, so that part is not any spirit in it?
Oh, no, I'm starting eating him piece at a time. Next week they cut his ears off. He told. Next week cut his tail off. Pretty soon he cut one leg off and eat it and so on. No, I don't want any piece of it. Till he's all rendered intact. How about that, Karita? And so you see that I is spirit. It owns nothing. It will never own anything. It does nothing except one thing. It observes. It is awareness. It is a point of awareness. It has to have something mechanical to observe. So it observes a self. A highly mechanized machine with computers running full tilt in it all the time. And the computers do all sorts of things. They claim, own, etc., etc. I do not own Robert. I merely have the opportunity of observing Robert inside and out. The others I see around the machines I can only observe on the outside most of the time, sometimes on the inside, but I always observe Robert on the inside, and it seems to be a prototype, I've noticed, of the rest of the machines around. Because I find about the same thing goes on inside them as goes on inside Robert. Okay, so I know about the world.
If we see someone as a threat, and not
Only not I sees it as a threat, yeah. Never I sees nothing as a threat after all. It's invisible. How's it going to get hurt? Huh? Now, Norma may see something as a threat. Okay, I don't see it as a threat. I see Norma in a state of threat. However, as you observe Norma in a state of threat a few times, and you observe Norma in a state of struggle a few times, this funny thing happens to Norma. But that's purely from some other realm. You do nothing, you merely observe. I is spirit, invisible, indestructible. It has two possible attributes that we know of. One, it can observe and report objectively, and the other, it can be suggested into an all thinking. Subject to suggestion. So it has one weakness. Being aware of that one weakness is its greatest strength. Once it's aware that it's subject to suggestion, both from Robert and from others, and it realizes that becomes its greatest strength because it keeps it alert. That's so hard to see. Huh? No. Hard to see that you are invisible. Recognize, I am invisible. Diane is visible.
Mm-hmm.
And Diane is as far as I am concerned, I can see inside of her. That world, as I can look all over. These other worlds, I can only look at them through telescopes.
Mm-hmm.
But I found that by talking with the other worlds and so forth, and listening to them, that they are a prototype of Robert. They have the same knot eyes running around in there, about the same mechanical construction.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of Earths very similar, okay? But I'm very privileged to have one of them that I can observe constantly, inside and out. Okay? That's not difficult, is it? Daryl? Is that discouraging one making that difficult?
No.
No. It's simple. Okay. Jim? Simple. Very simple. I am an invisible point of awareness, a spirit that observes a mechanical world called Robert, and a lot of other worlds. But Robert I can see inside and outside. There is no secret. And my only effort is to report. And I can see Robert imagine he's got all kinds of problems. I can see Robert feeling he owns things, claiming things, but I'm not Robert. I can see Robert even have emotions of getting tangled and being excited and running and all this. But as I observed him for quite a while, it's a peculiar thing that observing an object or a world, it undergoes a change. Don't ask me how or why. But I've found that since I've been observing Robert, there's a lot of changes been happening in Robert, okay? But I didn't do it. I just observed and reported what I saw, and evidently somebody back on the head planet pulled some strings. I don't know. Okay? Comments? Questions? Are you experiencing what we've just talked about? Being an invisible point observing faith. It's rather pleasant, isn't it? Huh?
That interesting.
And it is discovering your true nature. And all of a sudden, that body is so immaterial to you, and the thoughts are immaterial, but if you got identified with it, then everything becomes important to you. Okay? Very interesting, so I'll report it. I see that, Diane. Job is just report what you see. Either good or bad, right or wrong, should or should not. And the peculiar thing that your world undergoes, that world you look over, that you're privileged to watch inside and out, undergoes a fantastic transformation just for the very fact of you observing it. Something changes. But that's totally none of your business, because it's not a goal, it's not something you could do, it's just something you watch. And you say, well, you know, it was a few days ago I was doing something, I don't do that one. But you can see it inside and out, okay? Questions, comments, discussions? Somewhere here, I'm going to quit talking, I'm going to let you do it.
And where in the head it's equating that when you get the glimpse of watching how I watch tonight.
No, not I watching I watching
I'm watching
live.
myself, right.
So,
But it's kind of a non-stick thing.
you better believe it. Totally.
Can't be that.
It's totally peace. Peace that's beyond all understanding. If you just look at something and there it is, and you're not identified with Gerald. When you're identified with Gerald, I had you asleep. I was asleep, but spirit is subject to being conditioned. Made asleep. It can only not conditioned, excuse me. It's only subject to being hypnotized and believing all sorts of things. Then, of course, there was nothing but turmoil, right, Lana? But when you are observing it, there is no sign of anything to be called a problem. You see self is from another realm. It doesn't have problems. Only Joni has problems. I, who observes it, seem to have a problem. And it's a funny thing, when I don't identify with Joni's problems are not problems either. Stacy's doing that. Okay? Somebody ought to have a question or a comment.
Well, I
Good.
saw a great big fat one.
Well,
I
let's
thought
get
it was really real.
right.
It was that, you know, when that chiropractor said that God couldn't get through, and I really thought something was wrong with me here. And all of a sudden, just now, I think I'm going.
Good. In other words, you saw a suggestion, and I got caught up in Norman that time and got caught with the suggestion. Now, as you're saying, I'm looking at you laugh. It's so insignificant. And obviously, you can see that something's going through from head on down to toes. Is that right? The toes wiggle? Something goes through there, honey. The machine is working and the wiring is working well. It's good. Somebody was trying to hit the wiring is working all right. Toes wiggle? Okay. If there wasn't any light getting through there, the toes would be cold and turn green. And it smells very badly, baby. We don't keep refrigerating on them. Perfectly cold. Okay? I own nothing, was not born, and will not die. I can observe Robert, a machine. Such a manufactured machine that was at one time not in existence. It may sometimes not be in existence, but I wasn't sure.
Wow. Wow. I'll buy that.
Not heavy. Huh?
I'll buy that.
But it's not a matter of buying it, it's something one can expect. That I exist forever is an attribute of infinite spirit. You can make bodies and let bodies go. After all, you don't have the same one you had 2 years ago. There's not the same George said there was 2 years ago. Every cell's been changed, so you make those all the time. So what's the matter with them? Nice machines, but you have to put the parts on real life.
So beautiful. You know, you read about Sufi, and one of the books that gives their birthday to be the one is the day they died. And I thought, well, how can that be? You know, one of these died and saying you're supposed to live forever.
He writes on his tombstone he died the year that he recognized that he was not that name. but he never died. But he died to the idea of Lana. In other words, if you see today that you are not Lana, that you are observing Lana, then Lana died today, has died. And so you put 1972 on the rock and go on about the business.
I'm having trouble with events. I'd like to change past events.
Are you identified with the events, or is those only Norma's events?
Yes, they're enormous events.
Okay, then they have no meaning, do they? If I don't identify with Norma, then Norma's events mean so nothing. Norma acts like an event still going on, don't you? Okay, let's have fun watching her do that. I observe Norma make like now is then. Okay, just watch her. Watch Norma make now into then. Very interesting phenomena these earthlings do. They act like now is then, I noticed. Robert was real good at that one, making now into then. Some way or other, as I observed Robert, one day it don't work that way anymore. You don't make now into then so much.
Just watch it.
You just watch it. Totally immaterial what you watch, isn't it? Don't affect you one way or the other. We're just observers. The transformation comes in awareness, and then it transforms everything that it observes after a while. Something does. I don't know what, but it does. Okay. Don't be in any hurry to do anything. You're doing one, observing Norma, which is an earthly. And you are from another realm, spirit. Huh? Spirits don't born and they don't die, contrary to some opinions I've heard. Somebody go around and spirit kids or something, but not Oz have a slew of kids. Spirit ones otherwise.
Populate the whole world.
Yeah, right here.
And then they try to govern them.
And you see, if you happen to understand that story, that this is a world, it is populated by many, and there is no government.
I guess 1/3 of them are absolute devils. The rest of them just work at it.
At least. So you can stop and observe one of those worlds as you fly through space, okay? And you were given the charge of overseeing one, but not running it, okay? Just looking at it so you understand it. See how it works. Now you gain more knowledge. You might can make a half a dozen more worlds now. Any one of us, okay? Questions, comments, discussions? Wait a minute here. When the I disidentifies from the people, it sure does get quiet. Did you notice?
Oh, that's more. Good morning.
But it really wasn't. You need to. It just reported it once said that, and you don't identify from it. And you know, this is when you begin to feel quite inside. And that quietness is what's called peace sometimes. And it does unbelievable that maybe you could be standing in the middle of the busiest intersection in Los Angeles or New York City, and if you are observing the one standing there, it is quiet. Quietness that's unbelievable. Well, when you went down, so Bob's still hearing, but it's quiet. Right, Church? Quiet. That's big a noise at that. Okay, I would like for you to work at observing purely objective. I think we finally got to the point where enough of the not eyes have shut up long enough that we got through with what we're talking about. You are an observer watching John, Sherry, Norma, Farida, Bob, etc. It doesn't matter what Bob's doing. Bob's going to claim things, huh? Lana's going to claim things, Bill's going to claim, but I don't claim it, okay? I don't have it. I am not fearful of anything. I am not struggling for anything because I have no requirement. Okay? Huh? And we can watch Bill struggle for money and all this stuff and watch it. And it's very interesting. And we do observe, as we have observed this world we observe inside and out. I observe Bob, you observe the world called Diane, you observe the world called Faith. You'll find that your world undergoes a tremendous transformation. The world you are observing undergoes a tremendous transformation. It has a link between higher mind and the surface of it now, and before then that line wasn't there, and so it probably required a lot of things, and it didn't get it, you see, because there was nothing reported. But just the simple reporting seems to take care of it. Now, you don't have to say what it needs or what it don't need, because the headquarters knows more about you do, so you only report the circumstance, and it gets transformed. But the whole bit, there's always something to look at. It's not that I've arrived and I'll sit down. I still have my job. Observe this world called Bob, which I can see both from the inside and the outside. I have no approval for it, and I have no disapproval for it. I simply report, and something that I report to takes a lot of care of it when I'm reporting. It's in pretty fair shape, don't you think? I do. Okay, so we will leave you with working. Now, we will start in the morning at 10 o'clock, and we will finish by noon tomorrow, with the exception of Bill, Alan, and Max. The rest of you should be through at noon, and I'll regulate them for at least 30 minutes more. I would like for you to go with the not eyes are very smart, and I want to see what they do this afternoon and tonight. And you're merely a spirit observing not eyes perform, huh? See? Have fun observing the beautiful New Mexico 9-month climate. People that come to New Mexico find it's the land of enchantment, and they always return if you've eaten as much as 2 meals here, it says. And I'll verify that. Been returning to it for some 30 years, 20 years now. 9 months of the year the wind howls and blows, the other 3 months more than makes up for it, doesn't it, Creed? And finally the wind grows on you. So, observe. And we will do discussion in the morning. Not lectures or anything of the sort. I hope that Robert hasn't lectured to you too much, trying to transmit a picture. Now, let's use the picture for a while and see how it works, okay? And I do notice that at this particular session that the not eye has been down and I has been observing, and it's most interesting. And did you notice how quiet it is? Now, nobody's been talking very much, but you notice the difference in the sound. Heads make noise, not eyes running around with an eye identified to them. Makes a noise like a television set, even when it's turned on with no particular program on. Telephone. There we go. Only one person can answer in the name of the telephone. The circumstances, I've never had a chance to demonstrate my real greatness, and I believe I merit more appreciation than I've ever gotten. They didn't like me, they just liked that money I made. All the work I done.
Rachel says that's not for her.
I've not heard. No, she gets it. I know that. Sometime when I hear it coming off, Rachel, would you like for me to remind you that who's talking when it does? I will. I have heard it talk several times, so I'll remind you next time I hear you. Okay, man? I believe that I'm entitled to have my way now. And any second force that interferes with it is obviously just evil. I believe that I'm entitled to have my way right now.
I know how to make up my mind, so I should be able to get this.
Right. Of course I can't, but I've already told myself I can't, so I'll never check that.
Mine comes up and says, yes, you're paid.
You can wait 10 minutes.
Straight down, Mom.
Yeah.
You don't get your way now.
No.
It take weeks.
They used to say tomorrow. And that went on every day for weeks. Now they done started saying 2 weeks from now.
Some of us decided it might be better if we traded off having it. I'll have mine today and it on this particular decision. You have yours
Tomorrow.
at the next decision.
Well, right, on tomorrow. Now, it's all right. I'll give you anything you want tomorrow. That'll cost me nothing. I believe that if you were decent and good, that you would help me have my way right now.
Certainly. Absolutely. They keep me from being silver, honest, everything.
And I believe that if you were decent and good, that you would help me have my way right now. Hmm? And if they don't help us, they don't let you, do they? How many people do you ever think about helping to have their way right now?
The cousin to that one, though, is if you love me, you'd let me have my way.
Right. Well, that's think different. She's decent and good. That's like you let me have my way. Otherwise, you're just trying to control me.
All right.
I can't even breathe. I've been trying to get my breath, and you won't even let me.
No.
Yep. Self-pity is what keeps us from getting our breath, not other people.
Look at that statement.
Self-pity is what keeps us from getting our breath, not other people. Do you ever feel smothered by my... And you feel so sorry for yourself because he don't help you have your way right now, and he don't. If he really loved you, he'd work at having you to have your way, wouldn't he? Huh?
Think about that.
Well, there's maybe a few doubts, but the basic feeling is that if he really loved you, he'd try to help you have your way right now. If you don't, he's trying to control you, or he don't like you, and he knows you, and goes away and just leaves you with everything to do all by your little self. And you get so sorry for yourself, you're trying to get your breath. But that little not I justifies it over and over. Says, well, I was thinking about you doing so-and-so, some ideal state of affairs. And so something justifies us feeling sorry for ourselves pretty fast, don't it? You're aware that that is not I? You're subject to control by suggestion, or have you just thought that was you? Fact. See, we are trying to demonstrate that we are hypnotized.
Well, each one of these lives is on a different church.
Oh, yeah. Different people running the house. What are we seeing? One can justify you feeling sorry, and another one can justify you being angry, and another one can justify demonstrating something else.
Oh, it's different church.
Oh, each one's different. We change 1,000 times a day. No, you don't. Nobody else does. Be aware of observe this endless panorama of actors running across the stage called faith. Okay? One comes in with one problem, and before you get through talking to them, there's another one in there with the problem. I believe that I'm entitled to have all my rights, and that whatever I think of my rights are my rights, and if you were decent and fair, you would see to it that I have my rights. That gives us an awful good justification that I does for being angry, doesn't it? Does that run by again, Alan?
That's what's funny, you.
How you want me to run it by again?
Yeah, do it. You.
I believe that I'm entitled to have all my rights, and that whatever I think are my rights are my rights, and if you were decent and fair, you would see to it that I have my rights.
When it jumps up and says that you're not worthy.
But they should give it to you because you aren't worthy. Because if you're really worthy, you can give them yourself. And as long as you're not worthy, somebody should be sorry for you and give them to you. right? Then you can really feel miserable over that, can't you? As long as the not I can get I hypnotized with that idea. These are hypnotic suggestions here.
There's sensations going in there.
Wonderful.
And I say, oh, that's good. No, it's really working.
But you don't believe it's good. You're
Well,
trying to positive think. Suggest something to yourself you don't believe.
It
Naturally.
hurts until I think, oh, it's good that it hurts.
Now, one of the other suggestions, so that's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
And one of them, so that's called positive thinking, trying to convince yourself of something you don't believe. Excellent conflict. Go right ahead with it. I believe that you are deserving of blame, and that it is my duty to point it out to you, and demand that you cease being to blame and admit your past behavior and pay damages of some sort. I'll do it again. I believe that you, the other guys, deserving of blame, and that it's my duty to point it out to you as to where you're to blame, and demand that you cease being to blame, and admit your past behavior and pay some sort of damages. You know, it may be an apology, it may be some other kind.
So we're seeking for more and more and more and more.
But he's to blame if he just admit it, and he knows it. But he won't be decent to admit it.
I'm going to punish you.
That's like your friend you was telling me about that come around and said, you're the enemy, it's all your fault, and he knows you're to blame, but you just won't admit it, Rachel. It's all your fault, and you should be made to pay damages.
No, that's better.
Well, I know, but I'm talking about what he said. This is a very common sound. Not I. You ever hear him, Okay. You're acquainted with this guy.
I'll show you.
Yeah.
You're acquainted with it. I believe that I am victimized by you and others into being made to feel angry, guilty, fearful, insecure, envious, jealous, etc. And I believe that it is all your fault that I'm miserable. After all, I wouldn't have been jealous unless you would have went out with that other guy.
And jail.
Yeah, jail and all this stuff. It's all your fault. If you just hadn't done so and so, it wouldn't happen. Is that right? Dr. Young and I just suggest that to you constantly and try to get you to identify with it. I believe that I have all the virtues in just about the proper degree, including humility, by insisting that I am inadequate. However, I believe that if anyone agrees that I'm inadequate, that they're being very mean. That was a low blow, wasn't it? Here we go.
All in up to that.
I probably could have went on 3 weeks if I said that.
Say it again.
I believe that I have all virtues in just about the proper degree, including humility, by insisting that I am in some way inadequate. However, I believe that if anyone agrees that I am inadequate, that they're being very unkind. Now, you can say I'm stupid and I just don't have the ability. That's big humility, you know. But somebody else better not say you are. You are. That's not I screams at you all day long. You see, they're so cunning. You come up and you moan about all these things you can't do. Lana's got one of those. It's always coming up and saying, no, I'm just so inadequate in every way. That's the proper degree of humility. But nobody else better tell her that unless you want a little fight on that. Right, Lana?
I can stand what's going on. You better.
Y'all be here, Bill, or somebody come up with it, we get our heads scrapped. Jim, he's pretty good at going around telling how miserable, you know, he's very humble. He just really is an inadequate in every direction. But nobody else better say unless you want to fight, because that little guy comes off the floor and you start telling him how inadequate he is. How about you, John? You come up with this nice humble bit, you go. You see, this is how powerful these demons are. They hypnotize you into making you feel you're so inadequate and everything, but you just better not let anybody else say it. Is that right? Because then we've been very unkind and miserable to you, haven't we? Now, I've one time, being a mean old man, made a habit of agreeing with everybody that come in and told me how miserable they were. You know, how inadequate, how humble they were, how all this. I agreed with it. Once upon a time, I've had people come in and say, well, I just think I'm going to end it all. You know, they're being so humble, they shouldn't even take up space on the earth. I said, well, I think that's a good idea. You never have done anything with it. I don't think you look like you're going to. What's the trouble with? I found out suddenly they weren't quite so humble. I always check first, be sure they didn't have a gun with them to do their little job, because I would have got it. But you agree with the next person, including yourself, that says how humble you are. You know, how inadequate, how big a failure you are, and all this stuff. You agree with it wholeheartedly. I think you're really right. You really are inadequate. I've never seen that you really do well. That's one of your favorite bits, too, isn't it, Marie? Being humble. Nobody else would have said so around it. Mike's on there. So, are you getting a little bit acquainted from these not I's that are constantly suggestion? Now, everything we've laid out here is a suggestion that a not I has been handed to I. Right, Alan? These are suggestions, see? And you've been buying them. 1, 2, 3. Oh, you are a good hypnotic subject. Boom, 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 boom. Some of those things even been hollering at you, haven't they, Sharon? Telling you you aren't worth a dirt. But I better not come along and tell you you're not worth a damn. You'll be all upset about it, wouldn't you? You'd cry, it hurts. But the other one, we can pat ourselves on the back that we're so humble and feel very gracious for a while, can't we? Go right ahead and cry, you poor thing. I believe that I am capable of directing your affairs, and that if you would have no difficulties, if you would just take my advice. Genevieve, you ever hear that one? Playing around down in there, mostly being Genevieve? I believe that I'm capable of directing your affairs, and that if you would have no difficulties, if you would just take my advice. How about that, Bill?
Right on.
Everybody in town would be doing fine if it just isn't a Bill, but one of them's too stupid to listen to it, you know. Bill never gives advice, you know, but
Like Whitman Cape.
shape, you know, and do what's right. And they'd all listen to Bill. And everybody and nobody in town would have any difficulties. Everything in Roswell would run just as smooth as silk.
So simple.
It's so simple. If they just see it.
These fools complain you see.
Right, but even the fools don't see it. There's the poor devil.
That was a good way to sell life insurance. The
Right?
only way to sell it.
Directing their affairs. But he's not selling life insurance anymore, but he's still doing it. Last summer, his friend Bob was here, and a little English lady was here. And Bob was selling as usual. You remember that? And little Joni said, I wouldn't mind something. I need to be. Hey, he practically lost his life then and there. He went into such a tit. Poor Bob almost died of his life. I believe that the I that believes each of these and many more things is the one and only thy that is I. That's too complicated.
Read it again.
I'll go real slowly. That's how to come out my time. I believe the I that believes each of these we've been talking about, and many more things, is the one and only I that is I. Are you beginning to see there's a herd? Like a big flock of sheep running around here, there, and everywhere. You seen that, Bill?
Yeah.
They're not just one, Bill. There is hundreds of them. And they all got some powerful assumptions that keeps I asleep and among the dead. These dead ideas, huh?
That maybe is the most difficult one to see about.
Okay. I think it is. I believe the I that believes each of these and many more things is the one and only I that is I. All right? I don't feel very equivalent. Be aware. But check it out. There are many contradictions.
The hypnotic effect of the picture of man when we put 7 there to ignore any others.
Mm-hmm. Well, these all are kids of the 7. 7 is the patriarchs.
Yeah.
And they all got a long genealogy. They've had many descendants. They've been fruitful and multiplied and replenished and deplenished and destroyed the earth. They polluted.
Married and remarried.
Yeah. They have 7 patriarchs. They have on the picture of that.
Original polygamy, I guess.
And they got Julian the kids. And this is the kids we're reading about here. I don't believe that there are many eyes, each with a will, each trying to run the entire household called self. That this household is usually in conflict and is an inward state of disintegration which will sooner or later be expressed outwardly. Listen, that sounds pretty close to what I talked to you in the morning. I'll run him again. I don't believe that there are many eyes, each with a will, each trying to run the entire household called self. That this household is usually in conflict. You don't even believe that, even though you notice it once in a while. You don't believe it is most of the time. It's just once in a while.
That's the process of getting things squared away.
Yeah, there's a little conflict here and there, but it's really conflict all the time. And it's in an inward state of disintegration, which will sooner or later be expressed externally. In other words, you'll see the body start hitting the AIDS and falling apart and so forth after a while. Now, most of us try to convince ourselves that we are not in conflict only just once in a while. It's not then something goes haywire, but most of the time, one of the night eyes says, we're doing pretty good. I mean, it's just now and then when somebody misbehaves that upsets me.
Bob, elaborate on that a little bit, will you, somehow?
Try to.
How do you, don't you feel all your conflict?
Oh, no, you can keep a lot of it buried, and you can just keep yourself distracted so you don't really aware of it.
Is there
The favorite indoor sport of the human race.
that means then an eye is up all the time.
Oh, one or more is up, and one of them said, well, we don't have any conflict. I got them all pushed down there, but they're sitting down there chewing their fingernails, waiting for their chance to come. And you really are in conflict most of the time.
Like 99.9%?
Yeah, plus.
Well,
99.9+%.
you're talking about all thoughts.
Yeah. Most of it's in conflict. One runs by, and then what comes right behind it. Another one down there says, I'm all right, I'm going to get it. So one says paint the house pink, one says paint it blue, don't agree. Now we don't think of this conflict. We usually call it something else. We call it trying to make up the mind. I'm trying to come to a conclusion. I'm trying to do the right thing. I want to figure this out. I want to get the facts on the matter. You know, we got lots of beauties for it.
That has a glandular reaction.
Yeah, well, if you make it important, that you're going to do it. Now, if you really want to do the right thing, you're in conflict, aren't you? Now, if you would never have a conflict or have to make up your mind about anything, if you weren't in conflict already, you didn't have 2 eyes fighting over it, would you? At least 2. You'd always be spontaneous action at every moment. And how can you do that? You always have to think about it, don't you? Okay, now you've been in this state so long, you think of it as being normal.
That's right.
Just because it's usual, you say it's normal.
That's right.
Okay, now you've always been in this state where everything you did, you had to think about it a while. Is that conflict there?
Must be.
Well, isn't it? You're going this way and you're going this way. One eye says go, don't take off from the restaurant when it's really making you a living. And the other one says, well, after all, it's more worthwhile to find out something than it is to run a restaurant.
Exactly. That's right.
Did I get with you?
Yes.
Is there conflict there?
Well, I hadn't recognized it.
Well, no, because we've lived in it all of our lives. We take it for being natural. But do you see that there was 2 voices talking about it? Is that right?
Is there a way I can see that for the demon it is? That conflict? Because I
Well, to stand off and watch that there is at least 2 ways of arguments about almost anything you do. Huh? You stand out there and watch it, and one of them says, well, you should burn the threads on the floor, and the other says, oh, don't take time for it, yank the thing out. Now, which one do you do? Do you see it? But it's constantly, there is 2 attorneys arguing every point
Yep.
and trying to get the judge to take one or the other. Is that right? So you're constantly being suggested. Is that right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you got to clarify.
That's dead.
That's what?
Dead.
Well, sure, it's just being down there and being kicked around by the things in here. It's mechanical. You got two sets of programming in the same computer, and you throw a problem at it. What do you think the poor computer will do? Well, what do you do?
But I never recognized that.
I know that. But I said it, we've done it all of our lives, so we take it as being normal, and I'm getting along fine.
Right.
That's one of those not that says, well, this is the way it's supposed to be. It's human nature.
Otherwise you'd be bored.
Right. One of them says, well, this is human nature. One says, well, that's what you really are, a problem-solving machine. After all, everybody has problems.
You can't win.
No, you can't.
No matter.
No, there's no winning of this. So you only stand off and watch this commotion going on. But you see, they all tell you this is the way it should be. One says to the mind, keep it asleep. Says, well, don't wake up. Well, we're taking care of everything. Everybody has problems.
And all this is bad.
Real
All this is bad.
How to fix it.
Is it bad? It was bad or good? Just to think
I know,
about
I
it.
see that.
You think that boy's up there wanting to give you a...
I'm saying that I've said this already. All this is bad.
Yeah, well, that's one of the guys says it's bad now, and self-improvement wouldn't have any of that. Huh? Okay. Now, we said this is a sketchy introduction to a few of the eyes that make up the mob that inhabit the self. Now, the ones we've talked about for the last hour has been just a few of the self that make up the mob that inhabits the self. You acquainted with most of that mob?
No, but a few.
And the rest of them you'll begin to see they are all floating around there, do you see, and all coming up in various times to run the household. I can say that I'm aware that every one of these did or lives in this house. Because I'm well acquainted with them. Okay? I'm not a one made up. I've experienced every one of them.
There's a few of them who haven't let me see their face yet.
And they still in the dark. Well, you just keep observing them, and that's getting your little flashlight, throwing a light down in there where they operate. Okay, they live down back out. Okay, observe these for a few minutes, and let's take about 10 minutes off here. While you observe these not eyes, now we give you a sampling. There's nobody can tell you all the eyes that you have, except you can observe them. Now, if you observe them, what do you do? Observe them with condemning them or justifying them? One of them caught you then. No, you neither condemn nor justify. It's interesting to see what a mob. You are from Mars. You could care less what earthling people do. And you are merely observing an earth being that thinks it's one that really is a sleuth. No, a big mob, okay? You just observe them. You neither condemn them or justify them. You merely says be self-knowing and nothing to do with self-improving. Now, what you've always worked at was what these verse 1 said here, that you and others should be improved. Is that right? Now, we're talking an entirely different thing. We are not trying to improve it. We are observing it, seeing it for what it is without condemning it or justifying, which is to know the truth. So wake up from the dead, get out of it, merely observe it, and then there is a statement which we'll find out if it's true. I don't think something's being true just because it's in a black book. Wait and find out. Okay? Let's take a few minutes and touch Peter.
There's no thought for reprieve, right? Don't see any.
No time. No,
Not one.
not one. In the present discussion, we will attempt to see suggestion from various not eyes that are always trying to get eye back to sleep. the I with the line drawn on it. The objective observer is a threat. Now, there's an old story been told that most of you read in grade school in fairy tales of the goose that laid the golden egg. Are you acquainted with that story? A certain man had a goose, or a certain mob had a goose, and this goose laid a large golden egg every day. Finally, the mob decided that they couldn't wait for it to just lay one golden egg every day. They'd kill it and get all the gold. So they killed it and they found a little lump of gold, and that was the end of their supply. Now, the not I in this little story is the owner of the goose, the not I, or the owner of the goose. The goose is I, that is asleep and down amongst the dead. And the gold, of course, is the energy from X. Now, all these not I's are very similar, that they want the golden egg, the energy from X every day, and they can only get it through the goose. But one day they get so greedy they kill the goose. And then, of course, that's the end of the show. But in as much as I don't want to be the goose, maybe the goose to wake up. Okay? Is that all right, Brother Red?
That sounds good.
I don't want to be the goose. Or if you lay a golden egg, they get the energy every day.
Good hypothesis, but it's a work on.
Well, it's a reasonable one to look at, and I'd just soon not do that. Now, well,
Is that what they meant when they called me a poor goose?
Yeah.
Poor goose.
Probably had something else in mind.
so we have here the tricks of various not I's to I. It plays tricks. Suggestions from not I's to I. Now, to the real I, the observer. Now, the minute he's up there, they're about to lose their golden egg every day, so they want to get him back, huh? And they kill him later. So, here's some things that we will notice, suggestions that come from a not I to I anytime you're observing. Okay? They try to get him back to sleep again, put him down in the pit, where they can hand him down amongst the dead. The not-I's continually entice I to identify with. This is the never-ending effort of all the not-I's, is to get the real I, the observer, the function of X, to identify with these not-I's. A condemning I will come along when you have noticed something, and they'll jump up and say, well, that is bad. And that'll try to get you to identify with that condemning I, and then you can set off on the trail for self-improvement again. Got a self-improving I tries to identify, get you to agree that this is the thing to do. It's awful easy to do with those because they're good, aren't they? From what we've been told. We say, we're good not I's. Now you can join forces with us. We're good not I's. We're trying to straighten things out, aren't we, Bob? Now you can really identify with us. The self-righteous I's try to reason with I to see it their way. They say, now after all, you've observed this and you know that we should improve and we should straighten this out in you. And they will try to get you. The self-righteous, the self-improving, and the tormentors. The justifying I's make almost anything sound good. Can't they? They say, well, after all, you know, it is human nature that you do so and so, and after all, nobody knows about it, and it is necessary, and everybody does it. It is the end thing, these things. They're experts in changing the meaning of words. They'll use the same word, but they'll flash another little meaning on it. These justifying I's just love to take the teaching that I is free to experience whatever may arise in the house of self and not identify with the happening and twist the idea into license. You ever hear that one come? In the teaching ideas, it says that I, the observer, is free to experience without condemning or justifying anything that may arise in the house of self. But one of them, the justifying guy says, well, after all, he said we're free to. The whole teaching says we're free to, so let's prove we're free to. Huh? And they got you going. Right away quick. All right.
The guilty one goes to that.
Oh, he stays away until the other one gets you to do it. And then the guilt one is, you know, he's sharpening his claws while the other one gets you to do it. Go ahead, man, keep up. Get it. Then as soon as you do it, then he comes and says, "Free to." Their buddies, they're going to kill the goose that laid the golden egg. See? That there are two basic parties of eyes, you will observe. It's a two-party system. An election every day. They're feeling to the voters every day. I is the only voter, and both parties are dealing with it. Now, you will observe this if you are just in listen. There are two basic parties of I, A and B, and that they are in conflict constantly, and that each party is attempting to get I to vote for it or to identify with it. Each I, each A, all that party is trying to get you to go with them and say that the others are wrong.
The original source of campaign promise.
Right. They never deliver. But they sure campaign. And while one is making the speech, the other respectfully sits to the side and sharpens their claws and their pitchforks and their shovel the fire up a little bit and get everything going well and says, well, good for you, man. That was a good argument. And if you vote for A, then you have B comes in to tell you what a mess you made for voting for. And if you vote for B, A's been waiting. And it comes up. Now, they never get up at the same time, hardly ever.
Ron? So the observer just sits and watches those guys, and he does what he wants to, right?
Well, you don't do anything. He just observes them. That's all he needs to do. X does all the work. The minute he says you can do something, he doesn't call it a not I. Only X can do anything. So you don't have to stand up, Bill.
No.
No. So you can't do anything. You only do what the one thing you can do is observe objectively the two campaigns going on, A and B. You watch them both. You don't intend to vote for either one.
Okay, now I'm a hermit. I've got to go away from things, follow.
That's what one of them says. What one says. It's a very logical reasoning one. After all, you can't do this while you're fiddling around people. They will distract you. And this is very important, so you got to do it now. You justify you being a hermit. That way you wouldn't have to think about whether you did the right thing or not leaving no hang because you're going to do this all the time. But the other one's sitting over there sharpening his claws. Well, that one's getting his plate down and it says, I hope he takes that. Oh, he fires that. I've been there, dear, no, I hope she buys that. I hope she goes off and make have it by herself for a while. That's what I have done.
Bible, we say then that you watch both eyes and you just go ahead and experience what happens?
You experience what they're doing. And you're going to experience it anyway. You might as well do it gracefully and watch what all that mess of eyes get into and what the machine goes through. Yes.
So who stands up? Bill?
I.
Or
I, the observer, the function of X. The function of X.
That's what stands up.
Right. And watch it. All these not eyes run the machine for a while.
Well, then it's the not-I that gets language in what body.
Oh, it gets yours in there. It says it's
I mean, it's his body.
no, it is his body.
My body.
You just blame it on Homer. It says this is all Homer's fault. That's what I'm saying. You didn't do it. It's all Homer's fault. I didn't do it. You know, the cup. I didn't drop the cup. It slipped out of my hand. So you merely observe, what's going on. Now, as one observes, X changes all this house of not I. The observer can't do anything about it. It has one thing to do. I think this is the thing that one of the non-I's is always saying we can do things. Right, Bill?
Right.
It's a liar, like all the rest of it. It's a liar from the beginning. Here is a picture of man. Let's look at it, Bill. There's X. It's the only life there, the real doer. It's the only one that can do anything. Who does all the work in any case? Right? According to the great teacher.
Oh,
That's it. Okay? That's the only source of income. This was designed to be an observer. And here's the machine, the physical body, and here would produce the function. Okay, so here is the big environment. And then impulse comes in here. No matter what it is, it reports it objectively. Where does it report it? To X. X then generates the energy and does the doing. This is only reporting. Awareness, objective. And then there would be the appropriate action for whatever was reported here. Okay? Now that is the way you and I and all other human beings are designed. Yes.
where's the what commitment?
This is what's out here. This is the what is there. Doesn't say what to do about it. It just reports it. X then does the appropriate action, which is both the what and the how. This sees what's out there. What is there. This says how to handle what's there. Okay? Only X does. We use the wise general and the intelligence core again. Now this is the intelligence core, Bill. What does it do?
Okay, the reference hacksaw, this is the reference full.
Right. Then you see all the action take place. You want a demonstration?
You want one?
Now, did you know how to catch that? Or did you say X grabbed the thing, right? And it was much more anxiety or much more something coming at you than the rest of it.
Right.
And X handles it without any frustration. Now, if you start handling it with all the not-eyes, one not-eye says, well, you've got to get those people out of in the house, and the other one says, you got to tell them they'll be a minute late, and another, well, get those kids, get that table stuff off. Come on, get it out. Get it.
Move it out.
Now, when all the not-eyes is trying to get people through the rest of it's a madhouse. When X is running, it's smooth as silk. But it all gets done. Now, only one you observed is this. Just like you did the roll of tape kind of thing. Now, do you know how to catch the roll of tape suddenly? No, X did. And all you did was report. Now, the only time that I wakes up and objectively reports is usually in an intense emergency, such as something coming in, or something going to happen. Then it objectively reports. It don't have time for the not-eyes to all get their lick in, you see, and tell about how to do it. Then when as soon as it's over with, then one says, well, what if so-and-so would have happened? And the other one says, what if so-and-so would have happened? You begin to shake. You've been there, haven't you, Rachel? A true emergency, and it happened. And then as soon as you got through, one not-eye said, well, what if he'd have hit you? And the other one said, well, what if you'd have run into him? You'd have got sued, and all of a sudden you got the shaking meanies. You've all been through that, haven't you? You had it driving down the highway somewhere, and you had a close call, and you handled it greatly. X took care of it. And by the minute it was over with, then all the not-eyes begin to say, what if this had happened? What if that had happened? And you get the cold shakes, and you have to stop and pull the car to the curb because it's shaking so hard they're accelerated going like that. Huh? You been there? So all you do is report. That's what's out there. And X says the how. Oh, this intelligence core. Use the army. Huh?
Well, there seems to be like the I decides what experiments I want to run.
Oh, no, that's a non-eye.
Is it?
Oh, I always pitches you on that story. I always pitch you on that. Says that'd be nice. But we can lay those out different ways. That one is funny.
So, well, what do you decide what to use then? No.
How'd you decide what to do there?
I didn't.
Okay, well, let's say that I is not to decide. This has no business of trying to decide what to do. It has a reporter's job, and we have been conditioned that it was supposed to be no X. Alan was done dealing with some of the academic people the other day, and they don't admit that, do they? And there is none there. Now, we're all somewhat of an atheist when you say that you got to figure out what to do. Because that is not the power of man, but we have been conditioned with it for years that we should know what to do and what to do about this and about that, and that is to deny what, man? God, spirit, whatever you want to say. We deny it constantly as long as we're trying to not eyes don't want to admit it's up there. See? And so all academic work is built that there isn't any such thing. Now we started it, we had, one thing we would do is assume that there is a higher mind for a little while. We would long enough for a working hypothesis to work on. We're going to find out whether there is or whether there isn't. If there's not, we'll find that out. If there is, we'll find it out. That's what I want to know. Right? I don't know if it's up there. I don't want to just assume because it upsets the hypothesis that it's not. And I don't want to assume that it is. I want to find out. So a great number of people says there is a higher mind you can experience, and there's a great mass of people says there isn't any such thing, right? Read it.
Bob's in the eye with a line under it. The eye with a line under it.
It's just an observer.
Is just an observer. So the personality, which is all the not eyes, when they die off, can the eyes?
When we experience X, let's find out what it's like, okay? Then we would find a true living being, X, a God-man. Now let's find out what it's like. They usually get hung and nailed to trees, but it'd be worthwhile fun first to find out what happens when they nail you to a tree.
And I got to do it at that moment.
Yeah. Bill give her a capsule. She just got it all figured out. She can put it in one of your little capsules. It is not doing anything. It is being aware.
Okay.
It does the doing. Now, this is something we will find out, you see. Not accept what Bob says, accept what anybody in the world says. But there is enough people in the world that says there is a higher mind, and that man can union with this and experience it. There's a lot that says they don't, and there's only one thing left to do, find out for yourself. If I come and tell you that the steaks at the Kellerman Steakhouse are lousy, and Bill comes and tells you they're wonderful, there's only one way you can find out. Go back and eat it, huh?
And then you still don't know. You don't know about that one.
Huh?
And you still don't know only about that one.
Right, but you want to know whether this you can experience or not. Once or 1,000 days or all day long. We want to know for ourselves. Now, I have no reason to accept some joker comes along and jumps up and down and screams and talks in a beautiful voice and plays the organ that there is higher mind. I don't have any reason to believe it. There's another guy comes along and says there is. I've listened to both, so have you. Have you. We all have. Now, if you want to just believe one or the other, that's your business. But I don't want to just believe anybody. I want to find out, okay? So then, we are doing our best to do that which makes it possible to find out. One is... Huh?
And you still don't know only about that one.
Right, but you want to know whether this you can experience or not. Once or 1,000 days or all day long. We want to know for ourselves. Now, I have no reason to accept some joker comes along and jumps up and down and screams and talks in a beautiful voice and plays the organ that there is higher mind. I don't have any reason to believe it. There's another guy comes along and says there is. I've listened to both, so have you. Have you. We all have. Now, if you want to just believe one or the other, that's your business. But I don't want to just believe anybody. I want to find out, okay? So then, we are doing our best to do that which makes it possible to find out. One is to see that all I can do is to be objectively aware and that X does all the work or something does. Maybe it's machine, I don't know. We'll find out. But anyway, we don't know how to stand up that. We can check out and find out, huh?
Look, I'm all confused with the activities.
Well, that's purely mechanical. You haven't got a thing to world do with it. I just demonstrated it. I thought, you want me to do it again? This is fuzzy. Huh? Now, you don't do the activity, but there's a not I in there that says you did this, and you did that, and you did the other. You digest your food, don't you? Huh? I'd like to see.
Well, the body does it some way.
Now you're off on the tangent. Something does it, but you don't know what it is that does it. It gets done. That's all you know about it. Is that all right now? Now let's admit the fact. Do you know where the body digests food? If you think it does, I'll go down to Ballard's. They used to be pretty good buddies of mine. I believe they'll let us put a food in one of their next ones they bring in. Let's see if it digests it.
Okay.
I'd like to see one of those bodies digest some food. Let's go get in it and see. John got some dead steers back there
Okay.
Right, just put some hay in one of them, see if it'll digest.
Okay.
Well, okay, now, you're going to experiment to find out if there is an X.
I want to find out if there is a higher mind, which we have referred to as X because it's unknown to us at the moment.
Now, this is a what? What I'm going to do.
No, it is finding out what one can do. It is finding out. We said there's one thing you can do, all right?
Yeah.
Just one. One thing. Now, if you can find anything else you do, I want to see it. One thing other than objectively observe what's going on in the self, and you have a hard enough time doing that. That's full-time occupation, and one you can't keep up very long at a time. I think everybody's found out. Now, I want to know anything else you can do. You can't digest food because you have a foggy standard under that. You can't stand up, you don't know how to do that. You can't wiggle your fingers because you don't know how to do that. You can't make a piece of meat see, but you're seeing. You're experiencing seeing, but you don't know how to do it. Right? You don't know how to stand it. Right? You can't make your heart beat. There's no physician in the world can keep it beating when it quits. For that, they would never lose one, would they? So we don't know how to do anything. In other words, we want to look and see. Now, we have told ourselves all of our life, the not eyes have said you digest your food, you can have a cold, you can get up, you can walk, you can dance, you can talk, and all these things, all right? But you don't know how to do one of those things. You can only see it out there, and it does. Once in a while. Now, in the many things that goes on inside is what? There's not I telling X something's going on. It does a lot of those also. Is that right? All the things that really seems to matter very much. Our interpersonal relationships, the mechanical existence of being, why this thing in its sleep has learned to see that. In its hypnotic trance, it's learned to see that. It works only on survival. It sees enough to see survival temporarily. Huh? Now, and that's about all we can do, that it mechanically senses and does things to react. This eye is only awake enough from birth to respond to things that make survival. The rest of it, the not eyes are running. All these kids in here talking in the name of I. Now, this is where we want to get acquainted. And there's only one way that we know anything about. There may be other ways. I don't know. The only one we know anything about, and that is by objectively observing all the not I. Now, that's called cleaning the inside of the cup, or a few things like that. Turning the light on. Light a lamp and set it on a lampstand so you can see. If the eye, or the inner comprehension in thee, is dark, how great is the darkness in thee? But if the inner comprehension in thee is light in the whole body, the whole state of being will be filled full of light. But we stay in this dream state that we know how to digest food, until it's not working someday, and then we say, my digestion is gone haywire. But as long as you do it, I can digest thin wire and wedge. You've heard that one, haven't you, Bill? I can digest anything. You don't know how to digest nothing. So their first thing is that the not eyes convince the eye that they can do everything. That's hypnotic trance. So the not eye is always busy trying to hypnotize I. the observer. Now, that's all it needs to do because it is a function of X, and X can do the rest of it. The wise general can direct all the soldiers. And he can know all the things in the world, but he does require information. Now, he doesn't need any opinions from his intelligence sword, to say the wise general. But he needs no opinions. He only wants what? Information. Now, that's a fair thing. And this is all X wants from awareness, is information, but it's been infiltrated by what we refer to as conditioning. Some older books refer to as demons. Having a lot in there, all answered in the name of I to X. Huh? Everything hollers, this is I. I hear.
Now, we were using, instead of interpreter, instead of reporter, we were using interpreter for a while.
No, I didn't.
How much on that?
All the tape, I've got every tape transcribed.
This was at Borrego.
Okay. I was looking to him last week. Okay.
And you never call that interpreter?
Interpreter, no. Unless he interprets words. He sees what's going on. He sees what's going on in these. We may hear he interprets it being about I instead of himself. Yeah. That was used one time, I noticed, on that tape. I have all the tapes of radio and all the others. I also have transcriptions. I saw that one in there. That it interprets what is I and what is not I yet. That's all.
So we used the example of seeing water and interpreting it as solid.
Yeah.
And Sawaka.
Yeah.
Now that was.
No, it was called how he speaks, which is not interpreting. That was no doubt full that we said how we speak things. This is coming up yet today. Okay. Or tomorrow. That one sees differently than what one formerly did. In other words, one is beginning to see differently right now that we hope that I is the observer, and that the not-I are all trying to say they are doing this. And it is necessary to see what is not I. Now, I don't want to do anything except be a function of X, awareness. The not-I seem to know everything for me. Huh? But they got to feel the energy by running it through the hip.
Bob, the I with alignment here is an observer.
That's all.
Is that purely the physical feel and touch side?
It's every perceivable method of observing, let's say.
Well, the observation has no verbalization, does it?
I think it does, train.
Does it? Oh, I look at you.
Now look at one of these over here and see if you verbalize what they are. Let's see if you even classify according to sex or all that.
After I see them, I do.
Well, then you didn't observe it till you see it.
I don't follow you again.
Well, you said it wasn't any verbalization in it.
Right.
Well, if you observe anything, let's see if you can observe this.
Okay.
You got any verbalization?
Yeah, that's a eraser.
Okay. Observe this.
Yeah.
What do you got?
Rubber band.
Okay, you verbalize it.
Yeah.
Now, if I held up some object that you had never seen before, could you verbalize it, or would you have
Well,
to verbalize it? I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's ever observing, not in verbalization with it.
Well, yeah, but after it, huh?
Well, it's simultaneous.
Oh.
Let's try it. What's that? Now try to observe it first and then wait 4 seconds before you verbalize
No,
it.
I see it.
But the thing, and then it locks in to identify the thing. That's the verbalizing part.
The non-eyes are really busy, aren't they? They say you've got to learn this and get good technical terms on it, and for goodness sakes, don't just stop out there and start observing and seeing what's going on casually. You've got to do a lot of, well, we should go to college to get a degree in some material here. I don't know what you're talking about, but I can see the not-I trying to distract from the subject of saying we've got to get this all put down just so-so. Is that right? You can reason it out then, can't you? Now, if you could come to a conclusion about it, well, you would never have to look at it again, would you? You see, a conclusion means the end of the matter. And is this what not I saying, well, you got to get something where you can come to some conclusion about what you're doing. Is that what, correct?
Yeah.
I heard you. He's a cute kid. He's got 2 heads and 10 horns.
Leave that back.
He's got a long tail. And he's going to take a third of it and knock it on the ground for a minute. He's always trying to get you caught in to identify. Now, this is what we're talking about. It's the tricks. First one, he said there are 2 parties. Then it was said that A, an AI, one of those eyes from the A party, will justify something, some behavior. Then it takes off. It goes. Seems to get you to do it. And then a B party member will then arise and condemn the behavior. But you think that A one will come back and help you defend it now, or is he gone? He done took off when he says, watch her squirm, would you? I got her into that. Now my buddy's pensioner, and I'm not going over and help her. You ever experienced that a little bit?
What's all about?
Yeah, one little A party will come up and convince you how simple and desirable it would be to go do something. And suddenly it just seems the only thing in the world to do. Got a sweeper, got him down there, and got him. He agreed to do anything then. And then as soon as he gets you to do it, that hypnotizer leaves. And then the condemner of the other party is waiting to get you help. Huh? You ever experienced that? Okay, did that one that thought up all those wonderful arguments of why it was so nice to go in and do it, come back and help you out? He gone. Huh? One might also observe that what we refer to as thoughts are simply associations. Now, basically, the not I says a thought is a message from the future that tells us what's going to happen. Do you ever have a thought that says you're going to get in trouble next week?
You bet.
How did you do now? Panic? Palm sweat?
Catastrophize all over. Catastrophize all over.
Catastrophe all over the place.
Everything
Now,
was destroyed.
it maybe never did happen, did it?
Hasn't it?
Most of the things that these eyes, they're very poor fortune tellers, but they make you believe it. Now, it's happening right now. It's a minute, Mr. Ray.
I got one that says, but all of your happy times are wrapped up with fantasy. If you get rid of fantasy, you can have no more fun in life.
Nobody said anything. I'm getting rid of fantasy, just know it is.
I know, but
Right, I know what the argument is. He says, failing in Christian, believe it. And anything that comes along is about to set off a string of associations. Now, one association sets off another association. So, maybe I'll say, what does this remind you of?
Dirty dress.
Huh?
I could go for hours.
And then it sets off another association. Each one of those sets off one. This one probably associates with school, and then that one sets off another one, and another one, and another one. It keeps going. This is what we call thought. It's a string of similar associations on the computer wire. Now, if you know that it is an association and watch it from the conscious, objective observer, there is no emotion involved in it. But if you forget it, every association brings up the emotions that went with it in its original state. Huh? And you're a bundle of emotions. Huh? And we might recognize that past happenings, which we made important when they happened, or some not I made important, are powerful influences on the present.
Yeah.
You're right. Now, if somebody come along and said to you, you've got to change your past, how would you feel about that, Miss Rachel?
Impossible. It's gone.
How would you feel about it, Karita? How would you feel about it? You've got to change your past before you could ever get along.
I see that it can.
Huh?
I see a little glimmer of light there.
That you could reevaluate that happening, and now you see it in a different light, and your past has been changed. Then.
Right.
Right. Now it doesn't have any effect on the present.
Great.
You can't change the past, and it is an absolute necessity is to change the past. Now, if when I was 4 years old and a sheriff comes to the house to steal my dog, or the dog, or whatever it was, and I then decided to sheriff for all evil people, and if I never reevaluated that, how would I see any officer today?
Not the way it seems.
By the way, I've seen him going over the hill, let me know. But if I should reevaluate that someday, in case I ever decided I thought I might put up with it again, have I changed the past then later on? Past can be changed, yeah. And in fact, it's kind of essential
And we must do it.
if we're going to quit being run but not I. Okay? In other words, they killed it. No. Not self-improvement, it's self-destruction.
Yes, yes. Well, self-improvement.
Hoover can grab that.
You know, he'll work on it. He'll say, man, that's self-improvement. You know, anything to keep you from looking, he'll try it. No, we said knowing the self, and when you see anything, we had on there, one of the things was value, huh? And if you could observe that somebody walked along and that whenever they came by that you got upset, due to a sentiment, and you saw that it was due to an association, you would reevaluate that. By the very fact of seeing it, reevaluate it. In the scientific world, it says that nothing is the same when it's being observed as it is when it's not being observed. Huh? Okay, then the self undergoes change simply by being observed. It's not an improvement, it's a natural sequence. Besides that, X changes it and you don't. But it all thought it found a contradiction somewhere there, and so he said, we won't pay no attention to any of this stuff.
All right, as I try to use this though.
Who's going to use it? Nobody's going to do anything except observe what's going on. If you're going to try to use anything, it's already not I was going
Well,
to
I'm
use it.
trying to look at it with another viewpoint.
Okay? Just stand off and observe what all the eyes say about it. One saying, well, that's self-improvement. The other one says, well, anyway, it's worth trying, and so on. You just watch. Watch the self. You see, the thing that is difficult to us, Joyce, we've never been objective in our life. We've always been subjective, asleep, among the dead. We've always been subjective. Everything was how it hit me. And the idea of seeing something without being involved in it is almost slow at first, but you can do it. But the not eyes are making so much noise that the eye seldom gets to look at anything until they're already hollering at him. It's like somebody puts in when you're talking. Correct? Can you observe them doing that? Now let's sit down for a little while and I'll see if I can go with you on that, okay? Now, this is some things we may notice of the tricks of the eye. You were just talking to one of them. He's demonstrating for us if we can watch it. That each eye is always considering self. How does this affect me? No matter how many hundreds of them in there, each one of them saying, does this affect me? Okay? That each eye has built accounts against almost everyone the self associates with. And feels that the others owe you, not necessarily money, but apologies, fair treatment. They owe you a lot, don't they? Completely change themselves. What most of them owe to you, don't they? Is that right? If they really owe to me is really changing and making up for all that misery they caused me.
After keeping them around that long.
They really owe me something else. So we got to count it. Each one of the kids, the husband, and mother, and father, and all sorts of people. Now, that one of the eyes got to count. He's always coming up to the other. Well, after all, they did mistreat you.
Put me on the wrong way. Put me on the wrong path.
Right, they got me all started off wrong. That each eye has a very high opinion of its work. Each false eye has a very high opinion of its work. It feels that nothing could run unless it's running the show. All in there. that there is a composite picture of self as something very nice, very conscious, very righteous, very outstanding, very intelligent, very attractive, and very humble. That's a composite of all the eyes paint a picture of Genevieve. It's a false one, but it's beautiful. Huh? It is that I am very nice, very conscious, very righteous, very outstanding, very intelligent, very attractive, and very humble.
And very sincere.
Yes, and this could be called vanity. It is a false picture of self. And then pride, of course, goes to great lengths to defend that false picture. You know, you're going to defend that. Somebody can come and tell me I'm not any of those things. I may know I'm very, but you better not. And that there's a group of eyes that defend this false picture. This could be called pride. And they're two very powerful hypnotizers. And they always say, you are pretty nice. Very humble, though. I'm totally humble. But I am pretty nice. I may notice that vanity and pride are powerful forces to I, maintaining its position as an objective observer. He's doing battle with an adversary that's well to be respected. So I stands out here and observes. It doesn't matter where it is. We just put it here for a point. He's observing, throwing a beam of light down in here and seeing all this. And these are I've got very pretty pictures pop in there. I'm very nice, I'm very outstanding, I'm very this, very that, very the other. And you better not say anything about it, or there's another one I'm going to have to defend it. And this is very powerful forces to this maintaining its business of being awake and of renouncing on the other side, because it says it'll disidentify, and every effort is made to get this to identify with this, and this is what you experience is going on, making a little noise. You see. When you go out and start observing, and all of a sudden it's got you caught and says, I'm doing this. Like with. So here is pride and vanity, which are the two false picture of self as a very super duper, very conscious, very aware, very alert, very smart individual. And then the defense to keep it that way is the very powerful force that shoots this with an arrow. That's Goliath. And it takes a little David with a slingshot to get him down, but that's Goliath out there. Pride and vanity is Goliath. You know, he was 9-foot giant. And a little David can knock him down. Little kid with a slingshot. Now, little kid with a slingshot didn't run up and throw him one. He stayed away from him and throw it with a slingshot. And that's what the story of David represents, the observer. And it don't take much to knock Goliath down. But if you go out and try to do battle with Goliath, you're going to get knocked flat down. Feeds the whole army of the Philistines.
The A side is the Israelites and the B side is the Philistines.
Well, pretty close to that, because B builds the false picture of self, the vanity, and this defends it. So the pride and vanity is out here knocking down the real ruler of Israel, which was David. But he was a very little kid then. Later he got to be the king. At the moment he was just a little kid with a slingshot. See? And the battle was on, and these were the powerful adversaries, and he took a little shot out there and knocked him down, and many years later he got to be the king. It's what I gets to be one with X. See, he becomes the anointed one, or some words, and he is a ruler forever. Because this is a function of X. So he's the really rightful ruler, even though Saul runs the house for a while. He's still the rightful one, he'll get that one. See?
Just play music to it.
Yeah, just play your whistle to him or something, whatever. In other words, casually observing, don't get in the battle with him. If you notice in the story, always David would not battle with Saul.
All right, it's the Lord's anointed.
You don't go in here and fight with this, you see. You don't do that. Because if you do, you're going to get knocked in. You don't do battle with it, you observe it and let others fight the battle. Who's going to fight the battle? But you see, we, in Paul's eyes, always wanting to fight the battle itself. And the real one says, we will wait and watch something else do the fight. Many expressions is used all through many ways, trying to get it across by a little story, a little allegory or something. That you don't fight with this not eyes, you observe. Now in the various groups that do exorcism, which is to cast out evil spirits from people, the operator, the exorcist, which is usually a priest or something, reads a rite. He reads a formula. And if this starts talking, all the non-eyes start screaming at him and insulting him, he must not answer him. If he does, he's whipped and usually destroyed. So it's, again, a picture of what happens. Now, if the not-eye goes in, at the real eye, the observer comes in here and you're going to improve these and straighten them all out, it gets up to you and destroy it. If it stands off and observes, it doesn't work. Now, what we're trained to see is what a lot of not eyes are like. There is 7 basic groups, 7 patriarchs, 2 basic parties, A and B. Each one has God's kids. There's hundreds of them, and they're very cunning, and they constantly are attempting to suggest I into being controlled. But then, back to this one. And this one over here tries to get this. These are the 2 things that the non-eyes try to get you to not read, to be identified, which is what it now says. Mean go throw a thing in the world away. It says not to be identified with it. And this one is friend but sleep. So there's 2 basic ways it works. Now, we can observe it. You will not succeed in doing it 100% of the time. Now, one of them said to Faye a while ago, one of the non-eyes said, now, to the real observer, didn't say to Faye, it said to the real observer, now you better go check with Bob and see if you're doing it right. You know, and told her. You know, once it catches that observer out there, it's going to try to knock it off. So it said, hey, you better go check Bob, see if you've done that right. But what's there? What? Trying to get you caught. See, it makes you doubt. That little eye is weak. It hasn't been awake very long. And one run over and said to Jim a while ago, you better keep your mouth shut or you'll get exposed. No, they're on the job. 100% of the time. It was like the little old lady said, somebody said to her, you can compliment anybody, even if the devil come by, you can compliment. She said, well, you don't have to admit he's always on the job. So the not eyes are always on the job. And they're constantly working to cast doubt, to cast twist. What is the fancy word? C-A-L-U-N-N-Y. How do you pronounce that name? Calumny? Slander. That was the slander. The not eyes are all slanderers. They're constantly trying to knock I off of its position because they want their out. Now, we can sit down and say we're going to do it anyway. I have every intention of doing it. I may succeed in only paying attention and being aware objectively 1 minute today, and that in 60 different sessions. So I'm going to do that. 20 seconds at a time, 60 different tricks, but I've gained that much. And I will keep on doing it. Now, when there's some self-improving, I say, well, you should have done it more than that. Yes, I agree. You've been hollering at you all afternoon, so well, you haven't been hardly able to observe yourself at all. Always just like the one that said, say, well, he saw her doing it just a minute. He saw the eye up there doing his job. He said, you better check the box, see if you've done it right. See? Now, we're not picking anything. We're trying to point out Now, this is a literal fact. We are not talking about something that is may and may not exist. We're trying to experience it. I'm not asking you to believe nothing, but you are beginning to experience something going on around that kind of that nature. Is that right? Huh? When you observe it, it's something tries to get you to identify with the self almost instantly. Huh? Very quick. So, or a little quicker than that, yeah. I may notice that some eyes always criticize their existence in another person.
That one hurt.
There's some eye that's in a person that always jumps up and criticizes their cousin in another person. Same guy, you know, he has another eye that's in me. One here would get up and criticize her that he saw that eye in you. You terrible.
You feel good about that.
Right, feel bad about it. Now then he's got you going. Right? We can observe that when he's doing that. We don't know whether it's good or bad, right or wrong. It's just a custom of earthlings.
I really know better than that.
No, it's just a custom of earthlings. They don't even have such procedures where you can follow. So now you're discovering one custom of earthlings. Is that if somebody has a certain commotion going inside themselves, they never notice it themselves, but they always criticize it in other people. Now that's a custom of earthlings. So is this objective observer says that's a custom on earth. I want to find out what to do, and that's one of their customs. Okay? Then you wouldn't be, that would be objective about it, right? So earthlings do this. Earthlings get an urge every so often to go out and kill each other. Call it war. You don't know whether it's good or bad. It's just a strange custom that you've never acquainted with, so it's a custom of earthlings, isn't it? Go ahead and kill each other every once in a while. I may notice that when a contradiction is recognized, that a self-improving eye will make great effort to the observer, to identify with the self-improving eye. When you've noticed a contradiction in the self, sitting up watching to see the contradiction, the self-improvement will come quickly and say, we got to fix that. Start you to trying to do again. Okay, okay. About an hour, let's take about 10 minutes stop off. Now, let's wait a minute. Then we'll go. I may notice that when a not I in the self has been observed without condemnation or justification, that you really observed a not I objectively, a few times, not once now, but a few times, you've seen the same one come by, objectively, but that I is rendered inoperative. You'll never see it again. But now, one time won't get it gone, but you see him come by once, objectively, you don't identify with it. You see it come by twice, you don't identify with it. You don't condemn it or justify it. You see it about the fourth time, and you'll never see it again. He fumbles out. You can't take it.
Does he have a lot of children that have the same qualities though?
Nobody has to tell them, but not his exact friend.
But you said you saw an opposite. Remember, there's opposites come up.
You know, when one of his opposites comes by, well, you knock him off again too. But you see any one of them, one eye, and you'll see hundreds of them in a day. But if you see one or a dozen, and you see them objectively, and you see it do it about 3 or 4 times, like, well, now there's one that criticizes itself in another person. You see him do that 4 times, and you don't fight him, don't condemn him or justify him. You just notice that's a trait of earthling. It's rendered inoperative. You'll never see it again for some reason or other. Unless a not I can entice I to identify with it, it cannot receive energy to continue to operate.
A ray of hope.
A ray of hope. It can't continue to operate because it has to get its gas from X. And once it's observed a few times, it has objectivity, it has no energy to operate and it's gone.
Well, the not eyes like that.
Huh?
What are the not eyes treated like that?
Mine too.
They scream bloody murder about that.
No, they like that idea because
Yeah, but-
the not eyes can really get in there and do it.
Right, they sure can't either. That's it. I may notice that self has the right not to have unpleasant emotions. you may notice that the self has the right not to have unpleasant emotions.
That's what I always thought until now.
You really have the right not to have it. It's the only right you have in this world is the right not to have unpleasant emotions. You really have that right. Very few people use it, but you have it.
Now this is a true one.
You really have the right not to have it, but you've never used that one right you have. You've been trying to have it for other kind you didn't have.
What's called a privilege?
Dr. Bob,
No, I wanted to be emphatic. It's really, you have one right in this world.
In real estate, we had a term, pass on termite, and they said that if they get them underneath the house and expose them to die,
Well, they can't live outside the ground.
we've got, the minute they-
Can't be in the light. That's right. And neither can these termites live without light. So this is what the whole idea of a self-observing is, to throw light where there has been darkness. The not eyes love darkness and hate the light. And all the not eyes are opposed to light. And that's why when the observer comes up with his flashlight and starts looking at them, they scream and make an awful lot of noise. But if he gets identified with them and starts hating the light, and that's not what you see. We stay out there and keep throwing the flashlight in there, and the termites can't live with light on. That's correct. And that's a thing of phenomenon. We will stop there for a while. We'll start again in about 5 or 10, 15 minutes. As one continues to observe self, certain things happen. Now, we're not going to put any time limit or anything. It's because one of us observes a few seconds, an hour, and some maybe forget it for a week, and then we wake up again and do it again. But as long as there's 2 or more around, you can always remind the other one when they get caught too badly in one. Now, as I continues in this work of objective awareness of the host of not I, there's many of them, there's a host of them. Confession is experienced. Confession of the state of the inner self. Now, it's not something one can do, it's something one experiences as a byproduct of observing I. It happens. It is not something one can do. And as I continues its work, surrender is experienced. Surrender of the purpose of the self to be non-disturbed, basically. And surrender of its methods. Now, you cannot do this, because if you try, you will find you're standing on your ear in the corner and you're still doing the same old thing you were doing before. You're still trying to use that as a means of non-disturbance. But one does experience the ending of this urge to be non-disturbed and of using the methods. In other words, the party system goes out, the 7 basic decisions dissolve. Now, you cannot do this, but you will experience it happening. And surrender the false picture of self. Of this pretty one we said that made vanity and pride to defend it. You know, false picture of the self and the need to defend it. You will experience the death of pride and vanity. You cannot kill it. And there is nothing you can do, only be consciously aware of it, and you will see them fall apart. And as I continues its work, one experiences a change of values. Our repentance, it's called in the technical terms, a complete re-evaluation. In other words, you will find that you value the things that you used to run from, second force, and that you put no value on non-disturbance, which you used to struggle after so hard. But you didn't do it, you experienced it. Now, there are certain people who rush around and holler that all salvation, which means the salvaging of that which was lost, which is I, is a gift. It is. But before one can receive the gift, one has to be awake. What good would it do to give a dead person a gift, you see? So one has to arise from the dead. The gift is always offered, but one has to at least wake up and be conscious, or what good would a gift do? Would you go out and drop a gift on a grave out in the cemetery down the street, Karina? even to somebody you knew real well and enjoyed much, you would no longer do it.
A lot of people do.
You know, not a gift, and go out and please the relatives. To do what will people think if I don't visit the grave? But they're still serving not I. Well, would you give a gift? Obviously not. Now, X, life, spirit, whatever word you want to use, is constantly offering a gift, but we have to be awake. Now, they sometimes seemingly always forget that you have to be awake to receive the gift, so they holler about it being a free gift, but nobody ever gets in a position to receive it. As I continues its work of objective awareness of the self, one experiences being washed of anger. You find it don't show up anymore. You kind of laugh instead of getting mad like you used to. There is washed of guilt and of fear and insecurity, envy, jealousy, and annoyances, resentment, etc. One experiences this. You cannot bring it about. You can put on a front and play a role for a little while until your guard's down, and then I can get you angry again, huh? All I'm going to do is poke you at the minute when watch. So at the right time, place, and circumstance, you're distracted for a few minutes from your pretty little game playing or playing a certain role, and blap, you're back at the same old bit. But this is premise. One arises a new man where there is I, with a line drawn under it, and no, not I. Now this is a happening. It isn't something you can do. One then sees things, person, events, forces, all things differently, sees it newly, and this is a new person. Now, being a new person, you don't know what it's like, so you'll have to wait to find out. So nobody can promise you anything, but you can, if you observe, finally experience these things. One has a different attitude, a different behavior, and a different state of being. One experiences being born again into a state where all is new. Obviously, you're kind of lost there. When you suddenly got dropped down in Turkey tonight, would you know how to behave, Alan? Be kind of fascinating, but
Be different.
it'd be different. So it'd be new anyway. But one experiences eating the body of Christ. Wisdom or truth. You know, we have many things that we worry about what we're going to eat. Somewhere the great teacher said you had to eat his body. Now, obviously, he wasn't talking about arms and legs and etc., long pig. He was talking about eating his nature, which is our inner state, what we nourish the inner being with, and that is wisdom, or truth. And drinking the blood, which was, of course, love or agape, the love principle. So one realizes, experiences, you didn't do it, it happened. As a byproduct of arising, waking up, arising, and disidentifying from everything, one then experiences the state of being, wisdom, and love. Agape. The one experiencing has entered what has been referred to as the kingdom of heaven, or higher mind, or a new realm of being, where the basis is love and understanding. Now, obviously, we don't know very much about that state at the moment because basically everybody is violent. Is that right? We don't know anything about it, so let's don't assume. And there is nothing we can do to achieve it, except the one thing we can do in design is to be objectively aware, and we're very sick when it comes to that ability, so we'll only do it a little bit at a time until it activates. Now, in that state, there is consideration, there is harmlessness, and making a contribution. But we don't know anything about those. We do know maybe about being condescending to people because they're weaklings and I'm so much better than they are. We may know something about helping people to fit my exalted idea of what they ought to be like. And we may know something about giving. but we don't know anything about making a contribution. So this is all unknown to us. And this is where the teaching has to be the part that says over here, and X Christ light will enlighten thee, because you will never be able to achieve it. Now man is attempted to do all those things that only our mind can do, and he's ignored doing the one thing he can do. You know, if you ever have kids around, they always wanted to do, they wanted to make bread. When they didn't know it wasn't big enough to make bread, but they wouldn't sweep the floor. They big enough. You know, I'll keep them out of the kitchen. Need to run them all out of the kitchen. I don't want nobody. Even when I cook in Karita's kitchen, I won't let her come in. She don't object to me. Now, when one has experienced these things, other things are added unto. Now, one of the things we had on the board yesterday is about valuing, right? Valuing. Now, there is a little story told in a book somewhere that says, why do you worry about what you're going to eat, what you're going to wear, what you're going to put on, where you're going to sleep? That after all these things, the Gentiles, which is all the not eyes, if you're interested, that's what a Gentile is the not eyes. That's what they're seeking after. But seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all this other junk will be added unto you. Now, people, of course, take all that literally. You know, it's a simple thing. Now, there is enough automatic working down in the not eyes to keep you food, clothing, shelter, and so forth. They do it all the time, don't they? But eye is not to spend any of its time trying to figure out how to make $1 or anything. It doesn't know how. Its whole job is to be concerned with discovering its true nature up here. Being a little later for a minute. So, the not eyes are the Gentiles, and they are trying to be not disturbed with this and this and this and this, and all their kids working in there. So you don't have to worry about that. The only job that I, with the line drawn under it, has is to be concerned with observing all the Gentiles. And if you observe the Gentiles will make a living. Don't fret about it, they do. Now, it doesn't mean that all of a sudden I should never know about food and things. Now, some people taking this literally will retire and go live in the cabin without any money and without any job or anything else. They will, one of the not-eyes says, that's the way to do it. Now, we'll go off and don't do it during king. You get hungry that way, too, because the not-eyes are off the job. The Gentiles quit working. But the Gentiles will work and earn a living, don't they, Bill? They sure run around and really keep everything going smooth and fine. They really work hard to be sure the steakhouse runs right. Huh? Sure. Now, I up here just need to do this. Now, many people have come around over the last few years while we've talked about many things, and one thing we mentioned that faith was the ability to make up the mind. Of course, all the not I can do that. So everything that they tried to make up their mind about was something that would make them further non-disturbed. More money, bigger house, etc. All right? Any of you ever tried it? Well, then what it was about? And of course, it missed the boat and comes to your mouth. Because it wasn't making up the mind. And even if it was capable of so doing, it was to be spent on one's passions or sensations. There is a statement somewhere that said, ask and you shall receive. And then there is another one that says, you ask and you do not receive because you ask amiss that you may spend it on your sensations. So, you see, that's seemingly a contradiction, but it isn't. Because one who is asking to spend it on their sensations can't make up their mind because then another one jumps up there and says, yeah, but are you sure that's what you want? Mm-hmm. You can't quite go there, so you don't get it even though you are asking. Now, the I, the observer, has no concern with how about making a living, has no concern with fixing the car or anything else. It has one purpose, is to observe the not-eyes, observe the Gentiles, all the not-eyes. The not-eyes will be quite busy making a living, attempting to be non-disturbed, and etc. while you observe. Okay? Now it says once this achieves this business of doing its job, then all these other things will be added up to you, and you will have to experience that, but I will verify that to the best of my knowledge it's correct. That once this can take over reasonably in here, then making money is not very hard, if that's what you want, or at least being provided with food, clothing, shelter, transportation is not difficult. And that's all we can have. Is that right, Rachel? We can food, clothing, shelter, transportation. That takes care of the whole work, doesn't it? That's got it all. And it does take care of that very nicely. But this is talking about two entirely different things. Does that help answer your question, Jim? The Gentiles make the living. I observed the Gentiles make the living. Now, they not let some Gentile get in there, and he says, well, let's just throw it all away and seek the kingdom of heaven. How would all it work, huh? That's when the lazy, not I. He says, get rid of it, huh?
That is an Israelite.
Yeah. And one of those lazy, not I, says, let's drop the whole thing. Let's give it all away and go. Something will provide for us. Right? Now, there's two different I's. Now, in this story, it talks about two different classes of beings. The Gentiles worry about what they're going to eat, what they're going to wear, and what they're going to put on, how to pay the bills. This one is not to get identified with that chore. It is to observe them do it. Okay, now does that help clarify pretty plain? This one is interested in only one thing, and it does not identify with the not I. It doesn't get caught in this one. Now, people have taken this one literally over here, Jim. So therefore, every one of you who does not renounce all that he possesses cannot be my student. And they have renounced houses and automobiles and jobs and money and got hungry because there is no mercy on misunderstanding. Now, renounce is to disidentify from the Gentiles, okay? Now, as this one out here says, the same thing as the one we just talked about. To disidentify. This is going on work. You watch and see for that, huh? Now, there may be a lazy one get up in there and say, well, let's dump the whole thing and see if we're not provided for. Maybe the food will fall through the ceiling. Manna from heaven, it is all right to the ceiling. But you see, again, it's time and place. But where's the time and place? And it's manna will fall out of the heavens, but Gentiles can't see it. Okay? Manna always falls out of heaven, but the Gentiles can't see it. So this is to separate and to see what is I and what is not I. The not I are in the living. And don't let one of those lazy ones come up and get I, the real I, to identify with it that we should go to sleep and forget. Because that's right. Why not? You heard him talk, didn't you? Huh? Yeah.
Everything.
Right. And so one is disidentified and barely watches them. As one would listen to birds whistle in the backyard, okay?
Well, let's do that story of the woman that came to the master and he said something about, or she said something about the crumbs of the table.
Yeah. Feel like. Okay, there was a woman came and asked for a healing for her child, as the story goes. Now, this is a parable, like all other things, it's a parable, not a history. She came and asked for a healing for her child. Now, she was a foreigner. She was one of these.
I no problem.
She came and said, my child is sick, and I want you to heal it. And the casual observer said, no, I'm sent to seek and find the lost sheep of the house of Israel. My job is to wake up this. And she finally stayed around a little bit and indicated that she was awakening up a little bit and said, yes, but even, and he said it wasn't fit to throw the food meant for the children to the dogs. He called her a dog, this story. And me today he'd say bitch, you know. And that's not a very nice complimentary word, is it? Okay, it wasn't meant to give to bitches. So, but she said, and she didn't get all angry and etc. She said, yes, that's true. But even the dogs get to eat the crumbs under the table. And he said, all right, you can come up. In other words, that eye, an eye, was a sleeping eye, and got to be lifted up because it wasn't in conflict in any way and was quite capable of saying, yeah, well, I see how that is. And so it woke up a sleeping eye, one of these. Now, we said sometimes a shock is necessary, and I'd say that'd be kind of a shock. That if you went and asked for a little favor from somebody and they said, I'll hang you it out. What I have to offer is for another group of people, and I'm not about to give it to dogs. Looking at you. How would you do it, Faye? Would you get your feelings hurt and run, or would you stay there and at the end of the minute and say, yeah, I agree with you? But even the dogs get to eat crumbs under the table. You see, we're fourth being there, so it showed a conscious one of a degree of consciousness was right. That's the wake and rise. She was a beautiful example of it.
Maybe this is where the problem ceased to be a problem and became a challenge. The child.
No, it was there. Well, the whole point was not taking it on a historical or literal level, but on a point that somebody can see that the shock woke them up. Okay, and sometimes you must increase the necessity. That's why
To the blunt statement of the shock.
Oh. And it wasn't done to hurt or harm, but it's to check out the situation. Now, maybe there's an eye, and sometimes it takes some kind of a conscious shock to awaken a person. Now, we've been trying to put out a few conscious shocks to look at your state. Huh? Yes.
Most of those that come to me seems to be puts me to sleep.
Well, no, they don't put you to sleep. That's a little blamer that he said that.
But, I mean, that's what happens.
Well, that's true. We sleep when they got there, and we sleep when they left. So,
Seems like when nothing's happening, it's more observant. Then when something hits you, it seems like all
you go to sleep then because poor little guy gets shocked, and he immediately identifies with one of those colors, help.
Yeah.
And he's a very helpful eye.
Well, how do you mean that then? Somebody gets a shock, and they would do the opposite.
It's a conscious shock.
Different.
It is a shock that you recognize consciously, not an unconscious one. In other words, if I hit you in the head while you're asleep, it don't do much good. But if you see, you don't get it. I said a conscious shock that you can see, yeah, this is really a happen, and you don't identify with it, but you see it, and that is a shock, and it sometimes awake sleeper and arise from the dead. That is the constant challenge to every one of us. Wake up. Now, you know, when you're having a nightmare, you're in a terrible problem. You wake up a little bit, you don't have the nightmare, and everything's all right. Now, if you wake up still more, all these other mares get out of the way. The whole direction of anything is to awaken. And awaken is only by being objective, not subjective, not being involved with the situation. That is sleep. Hypnotic. Now, obviously, nobody here is in bed sleep, but we are mostly, I hope, beginning to recognize that basically we're walking around in a somnambulistic, hypnotic trance. That I hope you can see. If you do, then you see that is a shock. One sees that is a shock. And when you have that shock, you start waking up. And when you start waking up, you start observing. And then you'll get some other little shocks along the way. But to recognize that we are mechanical. We don't know how to do anything, but we have dreamed we knew how to do everything. Is that right? And what we didn't know how we could learn if we just got in there and did it. But you don't know how to catch the tape, too. I know how to dodge, don't you? But did you, or did that just happen? And you observe. So you see that we are machines. Now, to recognize that I'm a machine, after thinking all these years I was very bright and alert and intelligent, all this, it's kind of a shock.
Yeah.
Now that's what we're trying to do, is to recognize our state. It is not to condemn it. It's not to justify it. It's not to jump up and say, what am I going to do about it? It is to recognize the state objectively. When we do that, some very unusual things begins to occur. You'll find it's very easy to observe the self. And that's all we're working at. Because if you start observing the self, the rest of it you will experience. My job's all done. But if we just talk, and you don't ever get around to the point of observing, then all we did was clitter the ivories, you know, both mine and thine. And it did nothing. So we're trying to see the work idea. And the work is to remember again and again to observe objectively the self. The self is a lot of thoughts, basically, a lot of suggestions, which are in the form of suggestions. Now you say, I thought, but do you know how to think? Or do they just happen?
Right, come.
They're just there, set off by a mechanical procedure, and they sound like they are telling you all sorts of goodies. They are suggestions. When you hear it as a suggestion, in some of the material it says that a person is 100% subject to suggestion 100% of the time. Now, to be subject to something means I'm vulnerable to it. It doesn't mean I'm controlled by it. But if I'm aware that I'm 100% subject to suggestion 100% of the time, I'm not controlled by suggestion. But if I ever forget that I'm 100% subject to suggestion 100% of the time, I'll find them controlled by it. Now, these thoughts are all suggestions. You don't mind if I talk about it, you won't have to. You and I, Sherry, Sherry had a little suggestion sitting down there that she was just on the last legs of existence on this world. She's going to die any minute. You're dying, you're dying, you're dying, you're dying, is hollering at her. Now, that was a suggestion, but you called it thoughts, but it was really in the form of a suggestion. And it was making Sherry pretty miserable, but can't make any of us miserable. One time I pulled a man off of a peg that he had jumped and hung his throat off. He was trying to kill himself. I got him down, patching the hole in his throat, and he just bled a little bit. Didn't do too much damage. And I said, what's a fine-looking young guy like you trying to kill yourself for? And he said, if you had voices screaming at you 24 hours a day that you raped your mother, wouldn't you kill yourself? I said, no, I'd pat myself on the back. He said, you're terrible. But, you know, never get through those things a little bit. But these thoughts, which he experienced as a voice, which they get so identified with them that they do sound like voices, like there's something screaming at you and hollering at you. And this is when we've been at it a long time. Intimidated by thoughts, and these thoughts are in the form of suggestion. Now, you say, I thought it, and you don't see it as that. If you say there is a hotshot suggestion from a not I, there's altogether different relationship to it. Huh? Now, you got to be observant before you do that. Otherwise, you say, I thought it, just mechanically, huh? And you can't think of thought, period. It's utterly impossible. Thoughts think in existence, and not I all times. It's the other way around. A thought thinks into existence, and not I. But it's a purely mechanical operation set off by an association. You want to demonstrate that? You want me to demonstrate it to you? You're kind of doubting that, but you want me to demonstrate it?
Go ahead.
Heber.
Okay.
Now, what's going through your head?
Where of
Heber City.
house.
A house. And now then, house. Whose house?
My mother.
Yeah, on it goes now. And pretty soon there's all sorts of things. And all of her fussing at you about hurrying up and getting it remodeled and you didn't get on the ball.
Yes, that's true.
Now, all went through there, didn't it? Now, it was set off by what? A sound over here. You hadn't thought of that for a while.
I still haven't.
You are, too. It's going through there pretty fast, isn't it?
Yeah, Yes, it is.
You couldn't keep from thinking about it. I told you not to think of a white elephant. Why you got what words you got to
Why don't, but, can you be thinking of that and be aware of it?
Well, it's going to what you call thinking.
Well, yeah,
What do you call thinking?
oh, just an image in the mind.
Oh, well, what if it's not an image, just some words? What do you call those?
It's words you want to.
Okay, that's thought too.
Yeah.
So some people call it thought and some of them call it something else. Did you remember Heber City when I asked the word a while ago?
Oh, sure.
Okay. All right. Call it remembering. It's still thought. So, you see, one person used one word for something. You said you remembered. Now, you hadn't remembered it in a while, had you? Until I used the word.
Right.
So it was a mechanical thing
That's right.
that happened.
Sure.
Where you call it thought or remember. You see how far communication get apart. He called it remember, and I call it thought, so he's not thinking at all.
I wasn't even aware that I remembered it.
No, I know you weren't.
Really?
But you had to have the
That's what I
word.
did. I saw it.
Now that you stand off and look at it
Yeah.
a little bit, now you'll see that all those are running around through there. Is that right? Okay. Our store is on the corner of the square downtown.
Down which town?
Heber.
Thanks.
Now, did you remember that?
Yep.
How long has it been since you had a picture of that bank in your mouth?
Quite a while.
And was it put there because of any effort on your part or from a mechanical stimuli from outside?
Right.
Okay. Does that help clarify that you don't think? Nobody knows how to think. They happen. It's a mechanical thing, and we're never aware of it. We always said, I'm doing it, as if we knew how to think. You know how to think?
Not anymore.
But they do happen, don't they? All right, they go on. But it's something you can observe objectively, because it's not you doing it. Is that all right, Diane?
Mm-hmm.
We can generate all sorts of things down. Huh? I say South Carolina, what goes around the back?
Go. That's not what I think.
But you don't think it. And you didn't think of it, but it occurred in the mind. The machine went to work when I throwed it out there, right? Huh? Zip, zip, zip. Zip, 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 zip. Did it something you did, or is something that happened? Something that just happened. Now, we want to be aware of these because we've been calling. I do. I think. I worry. I do this. I do that. I do the other. And we believe all that stuff. Now, it is not something we're doing. It is something that's happening, and I has been put to sleep, basically, and believes it's doing all these things. Now, in hypnosis, you can hypnotize a person into feeling that they have a paralyzed arm, and they can't move that arm. And you get healed in a little while. You can come out and move. And move.
See how inaccurate that memory bank is. South Carolina, Gopher is not in South Carolina. So I could catch that.
Yeah, well, the thing was, a lot of false information went in the programming, and so it just bounced around there. And one of them put it in there one day. It was in South Carolina, and the other one found out it wasn't. And the second one came up and said, "Nah, it wasn't where it was." Oh, there was a little argument that went on in there. Huh? Okay. Question, comment, discussion, what have you. Now, there is work. The work is to objectively observe the not eyes without condemning them or without justifying them, seeing them as interesting specimens. Okay? Seeing the self as an interesting specimen of an earthly, where the whole gob of separate entities running around in it, all saying I to the same one, all answering to the same name. They all say their name's Jim.
Didn't sound like it.
Yeah, they even talk in the same voice. They really prime performance. They all say, "This is Jim." "Hey, this is Jim. Send me over 100 pounds of beans." "This is Jim. Send me over a new car." "This is Jim. Send a cutie over." Boom, boom, boom. All of them in the same voice, and they don't agree with each other at all. But they all use Jim's name, and they mimic his voice perfectly. Huh? Mm-hmm. and each one has a separate will as to what ought to be. Is that right? One wants to go to New Jersey, and one wants to run a restaurant, and one says, well, you better figure out the right thing before you do either one.
Well, once it's a civil and a vehicle.
Right, and then there's 100 more of them in there that's got other little tricks that they'd like to do. Now, this is only to be observed, but you see there's a whole plan of them, okay? Okay, we will see you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Have a very lovely evening. The steakhouse is open tonight, and before all the strong bodies leave that's not gainfully employed immediately, so you go ahead, put the tables back in place and vacuum Bill's floor.